My camera froze. Hello and welcome to the North American Squad League. Give me 1 second, guys. Of course, I have a vape in my hand. Let's jump back to the intro real quick.
Woo. We are back.
All right. Welcome back to the North American Squad League. This is day 8. Sorry about that. We've been having a few cam difficulties recently, but everyone welcome. It is a huge night tonight. Some of the most anticipated games that we have all been waiting for. The games that people keep asking me about. When is Team Sexy playing? When's Area 77 playing? When is Team Sexy playing against Area 77? Not only that, but we have Area 77 up against the Valley, TSU versus Taste the Rainbow, and then we have Team Sexy once again going against the Kingdom. It is going to be a big night, but before we get to that, I want to welcome a good friend of mine, a caster that I haven't gotten to cast into a while with. He's a busy man, and welcome to the stream, YBOR. I fixed the echo. Sorry. Keep going. It was me.
Teams of this caliber, it's going to be very slow paced. It's going to be very picking their battles. They're going to invade maybe a jungle. Maybe I'm pretty sure Team Sexy probably invade the jungle at Area 77. They're going to be very tactical. So I'm looking probably going to be a low scoring. It might be a long series, to be honest with you.
I think there might be some possible safety, guys. We know there was some issues. We fixed it. We're all good now. The cams, the mics are in. We kind of had to jump into here, but everything's good. I think it's going to definitely either be a very... I think first game might be a bit slow, or one of the teams tries something crazy, and I honestly think it could go either way. Of course... Area 77 doesn't have the jungler that they've used in past leagues. They're using Yeho right now, who is leading right now in most kills for the league. So he's not I think his first couple games, he was still a little, getting comfy, getting the synergy down. But recently we've seen nothing but good things from him. So I think Area 77 may kind of sit back and kind of feel out Team Sexy. They haven't played against Shark in a while. They haven't played against Zia in a while. It's definitely in a sense, a newer team to the league. Even though Nicolette, Bossy, some of these other players have played against them before. So I think they kind of want to test the waters. But it's either going to be, like you said, low scoring, or high scoring, crazy clashing, or possibly very patient, low scoring. And we're just going to have to see how it goes, man.
I would say the first match, they're going to go really aggressive.
Yeah.
Right off the bat. That and then they're just gonna try to test each other. They're gonna go really aggressive out of the back, and in the second game, they're gonna start. That's where you're gonna start seeing the counter bans. You're gonna see them start picking their fights a little more. They're gonna be looking for people out of position, and it's gonna be a lot slower. But I'm pretty sure this first match right here, I feel like they're gonna go just right at each other's throat.
I mean, that's what we all want to see, right? We just want to see either crazy invades, crazy plays. Wondering what the picks are going to be like. I mean, we haven't really seen teams. Most of the games that Team Sexy has played, they've been essentially kind of trolling. They had, like Shark on Fanny mid lane support, Petrify. We've seen a lot of. They haven't. So I'm excited to see the picks that they choose up against a team like Area 77. Knowing they kind of have to bring it. They gotta bring it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, I'm wondering if we're going to see anything different, any new picks. We know Lilia needs to be something that Team Sexy needs to worry about when going against Yato. That Lilia-Wrath combo in the mid lane is something that Area 77 has been liking to use, and we know how deadly it can be. And I'm excited to see how things exactly go.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they have a good cohesion together, and they know what works for their teams. They know what's a ban. Some people even will look at their bans and be like, oh, I don't know, why would you ban that? But if you look at their comp of what they're going for, they're just getting their hard counters usually out the way, and they have a game plan and usually pretty good at. I'm just excited. I don't even know what else to really say. Like I just want this to just start already, because it's just like I know it's gonna be an amazing clash. Like it's gonna be one for the books for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, this is a finals type of game. These are teams that a lot of us, think are going to make it to the playoffs. So this probably won't be the only time we see them go against each other. We may get another bout seeing these two teams go, depending on where they fall in the bracket at the playoffs. The game will be starting a little bit. There was a slight delay for some of the team members. We're going to have everybody ready to go in probably about 5 or 10 minutes. So right now we're just hanging out, getting things going. But after this game, we also have Area 77 going up against the Valley. Another hard-hitting Starline team with Gosu Yuzi, Gosu Yujin, Basic. I mean, just a handful of monsters. And that is going to be similar to this game, I feel. Just clashing, crazy plays. But the game after that is TSU versus Taste the Rainbow, which TSU is a fan favorite right now. A lot of people count them in as a possible winner of Season 2. They won the North American Community Tournament. They beat Area 77 and several other teams in the North American Community Tournament. So I'm wondering if... do you think Taste the Rainbow can really bring it and possibly get a win on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Taste the Rainbow they're definitely a really good team. I mean, tonight we have just a good list of matchups that we got going on, and I think Taste the Rainbow would probably get the win of that series. But I don't think they're gonna do a 2-0 stomp on them. I think it may go to a game 3, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these games are going to go all 3. I think we're going to have a long night ahead of us here.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see any... I mean, you never know. I think Chase the Rainbow definitely has it in them to catch a win. I think TSU is definitely the favorited team there, and I'm excited to see if they bring that support Mage Bane that they've been running. I know I keep on talking about it, but I think it's something we could possibly see. Quick note, guys, all teams are in the lobby right now. We're just checking if the teams need a ping test or not, and we're going to be starting very, very shortly. So, YBOR, if you had to pick a game tonight, do you think this next game is your most excited one to watch, or do you got to give it to Area 77 versus the Valley?
Oh, man. Honestly, I want to say this one just because, Team Sexy, I just really like the names on this list of their team, and they've been playing well this league. But it is going to be interesting against, TSU?
Yeah, TSU and Taste the Rainbow.
Yeah. Hold on, give me a second.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
If you want to take a walk away real fast, you can.
Sorry about that, guys. They were known, but now it's just being... Give me a second.
All right, so while he's handling that, we have all teams in the lobby. We're ready to go. I'm excited. We're going to do a quick ping check, and we're going to get this game going. And then we're going to start. So, I mean, we're testing it right now in an East lobby. We're pretty sure all team members are from East. We're just going to check it out real fast.
Sorry about that, guys. It's not an emergency. They were banging like it was an emergency, but it wasn't.
The main thing, you know, it's probably one of the hardest things about doing this is the constant bugs, issues. Like right now, I have to reset the tournament lobby because it will not let me start the game. So there's definitely still some things that we're trying to get worked out on Moonton's end, I would say. I have to restart the game real fast. But yeah, like I said, Team Sexy, Area 77, both right now Area 77 is sitting at the top of the leaderboard with 11 points. Team Sexy is still undefeated. They've only played, I think, 3 games. So compared to Area 7, who's played 5. So if Team Sexy can get a win here, let alone a sweep, it will catapult them to the top. And these are the games that really matter, because to these teams, I think they all plan on beating some of the lower tier teams. I don't think they feel like there's really an issue to do that. So it's can they get the wins against some of the other top teams?
Yeah, absolutely. And when we're going against these matches, and you know, we know who the teams that are struggling in this league. You can see the skill gap that happens with a lot of teams. But then when you start getting those matchups of those top tier teams that we have, these are the matches that's going to determine like how the playoffs going to go, and also get some good of when they do meet these guys in the playoffs. At least for the teams who are running for the playoffs, they'll be able to go back to this stream and look and see whether they did wrong and what they can do to improve and how they did their comp and how to really adjust from that. So these matches here, they're not just for like good entertainment we had today. These teams are also going to be learning from each other. They're going to be figuring each other out, so that way when it comes down to crunch time, you're going to see a much different pace matches when it comes to playoffs, because when elimination is on the line, you see a lot slower pace. You see a lot of tactical positioning. Like it's you know, it's going to be a much different outcome.
Most definitely. I think, you know, you couldn't have said it better. The point of this, like we've been saying, like we've been stressing on so much, is of course there's going to be a skill gap. Of course there's going to be an issue sometimes when you heighten the amount of teams. I mean, and we talk about all the time, there's teams on MPL that don't win a single series sometimes, you know. There's pro teams all over the world that don't always get first place. It's going to happen. But the point right now is that we are finally building a competitive scene where teams are getting to learn from each other, where teams are getting to actually practice new things and bring in new ideas and new compositions. And we've seen that this season, all the new compositions coming into play, all the new ideas that teams are working on. So it's definitely been an amazing thing to see.
Yeah, who was it that did the Selena Rome? I can't remember what team it was.
A few people have done it. I know TSU did it with when they had Zoltra. Zoltra likes to do it, but he's not in this season. But yeah, a few teams have been doing that occasionally, and there's definitely been a few different meta picks coming in. Right now, Carmilla with AE doing the Carmilla Sicilian combo.
Oh, yep.
And it's been working well for them. It's been working very well for them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. Carmilla is I feel like it's such a troll pick, but when she works, oh man, she works.
Yeah, I think a lot of people didn't know that whenever he takes her in and then brings her back out, all of her CC resets. So they can, or she can save, or you can save her from CC. If she gets stunned, you pull her in and then put her back out. If a Barat tries to pull her in with the ultimate, you can stop it immediately, waste his ultimate. So, yep. I mean, and you're essentially getting her whole set of skills twice in a row if you can time it all correctly. So it's something that I think they knew a lot of teams didn't know about, and they planned to kind of catch a lot of teams by surprise with it, and it definitely worked. The question is it going to keep on working against some of the stronger teams like Team Sexy, Area 77, and things of that nature?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, people will start, when you start coming out trying to with these new comps and you try to test things that are just out of the ordinary, it's going to be one of those things where it may work that one series, but it may not work the next time, because they're going to think about it and they're going to plan for it. And they're going to start seeing your ban patterns. They're going to start seeing your pick patterns. And then they will try to be like, all right, well, they did this last time. You know what we can do? We can do this to counter that. But it is interesting watching these people come up with new different metas that are just not normal, what you would normally see in a public rank match.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest things to get over as a viewer and as someone who watches these games, and wondering sometimes why they're picking certain things or why they're banning certain things. And you have to understand that when you are playing at this level, it is when you're going against a team that you've learned, that you've studied, the bans change. When you're 3 weeks into a league, everything changes the way you pick, who you pick, why you pick them, why you ban them. And it's watching a completely different game than just watching your top one Lancelot USA on in the game or something.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are ready to do the ping test.
We are ready to do the ping test. Yep. We're going to be starting right now. Just making sure they know it's a ping test. All right. So we're going to be doing the ping test real fast. And we do have the full lineup. Team Sexy almost had to have a sub in. Best player was having some internet issues. It's why we are delayed right now so much. But we have gotten everything going. So right now, looking at the lineup, we have Sir Bossy, BTK Shark, BTK Zia, Nicolette, and Best Player up against Yato, Jero Cutie, Mar Cutie, Two Joints, and Gals Cutie. Definitely a heavy lineup from both sides, YBOR.
So with this lineup here, how do you think that Area 77 is going to pick going in the first game? What is your thoughts on that?
Well, we know Zia has been like killing it with the Beatrix in the gold lane, so I'm wondering if that's something we're gonna see. Best Player was also destroying it with Granger, even though he's like, so he's something that you might not want to ban really, but still I'm wondering if they might try to focus on those two players mainly. I don't think you're going to be able to ban out Shark. I don't think you're going to be able to ban out Sir Bossy in the EXP lane. I think if Area 77 is second pick, we might see the Esmeralda ban come up, things of that nature. But again, we're gonna learn a lot from the first game, and then, but I think we might see a Lilia ban from the side of.
I was just about to say, are we ever gonna see Lilia?
And we might see a depending on who's first and who's second pick. Esmeralda ban might not make it to the table either, and I think Beatrix may possibly, or Clint, because he's been usual, but Zia hasn't really been stressing Clint. So if they want to ban Clint, I feel like you might need to ban Beatrix also if you're really going to go in on Zia and just try to limit that gold lane. So those are some of the things we want to watch for.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I would love to see a Lilia, but I mean, I think she's a very underrated mage that a lot of people don't understand in like a public rank perspective. In the tournament, you see it get banned all the time.
All the time.
If she's 100% banner pick. Like, she's just amazing. She can actually even play the experience lane against fighters and very well like take that range.
We've been seeing it here. And in gold lane sometimes.
Yeah, even gold lane, because she does so much damage from the beginning. And once she gets her first item, she even does even more damage, and then she can constantly keep getting out her ball. So I really don't believe that we'll be able to see Lily. I would love to though, but I'm pretty sure she's gonna get first.
We might, depending on the thing about Lily is that like she's a prio ban against Area 77 and against certain other teams, but sometimes you leave a lot open by using that ban, you know. And is it really worth it to take her out? Like she can be dealt with, you know, and that's where you kind of have to think about it. And again, what you were mentioning, how because she isn't used in casual rank, barely ever, you know, except for some of these top teams in Mythical Glory who play with her. I think she's definitely a mage that you need to have your team with you, know what you're doing, and like there has to be some trust there. And one of the things Area 77 does so well with her is that Rafaela and that Lilia combo, just so much slowdown, really being able, and then the speed up from Raf. You get the slowdown from the first skill, the speed up, plus the slowdown from the AoE damage of Lilia, and you're just out of nowhere in seconds, you're on top of this person you're hunting down, and it's just so hard to escape. And then the tower diving capabilities with Lilia, it's definitely something to watch out for on Yato Yamato right now. He's also leading right now in most assists in the whole league. So he's someone we want to keep an eye out for. And then when it comes to Team Sexy, like I said, they're still pretty unknown on what we need to worry about with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they can change their meta real quick. Their hero pool is huge. You know, every single one of them has a huge hero pool that they can switch roles if they really want to. They can, you know, they have so much different weapons in their arsenal that you don't really know what to expect when you go against them.
Yeah, it's true. We are almost done with this ping check. Teams are just getting a feel for it, figuring out how rough it's going to be, how good it's going to be. We do have West players and East players in these lobbies, so it's going to be a central lobby, of course. So we'll just see how things go, honestly. I am excited for this game. I'm excited to see what Shark... See, we haven't really seen Shark play a whole lot in the league with the new meta currently. We know Zia's been running gold lane, but I'm wondering exactly what tanks are we going to see him with. We know he's a great Matilda. We know some of those couple seasons ago tanks that he loves to play, but I'm wondering if they're going to bring anything different to these games that we're about to watch, YBOR.
I think my camera's...
You're good on our side. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was looking at YouTube and it looks like my... Oh, it's not. I just wasn't moving.
You're just standing still. Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the... Sorry, guys. I just want to make sure you guys are good and we don't have any issues, all right? That's all. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Shark, you know... Currently, our current meta is kind of weird because it's more like support is more the go-to rather than the actual tank. And so it's going to be very interesting seeing what, because I know he could play really good tank, playing good in the tank thing, but with the current meta, everything is not so much tank. Like you would only pick a tank unless like you're gonna hard card or something. Like, and the most common pick tanks would be like an Akai. Akai is actually very picked because of his ult and his CC stun and locking enemies down. But
let's do this.
It's a very fast-paced meta, so yeah, they would definitely go with more support. So here we go. We're gonna see who the first ban is.
First ban of the night, day 8. Team Sexy versus Area 77, and Team Sexy takes out the Chow.
Yeah.
already with some random. Already interesting, you know. I'm getting targeting the XP line. Gal's Cutie has been running a nice tank Chow. I can say that.
Yes.
They do run a nice tank Chow on the side of Area 77, so maybe it's something they don't want to worry about.
Maybe they're trying to bring back Fanny. You know, Fanny Jungle. Okay, got the Yuzong ban. Now with the Yuzong ban, it's interesting because I don't know who they're like worried about with Yuzong.
Sir Bossy.
No, I get that, but so I just think that it's not really a good ban.
It's been a popular ban, and like I was taken off by it too when we first started seeing it when the season started. A lot of teams have been banning it and prio picking it. Personally, I think it's because of the huge priority on double marksman comps right now.
Yeah,
and actually, he just counters, like he's a big counter to the meta comp currently, I feel like.
Yeah,
like what your meta
he
team
can go straight
would be.
back line.
Exactly. Yeah. And he's good at zoning, and then he can hold his own lane. Like he's always been a decent lane holder, you know, just a decent brawler. Yeah. He wasn't meta for a while. Yeah. So now though, with the current compositions of so many teams, I think a lot of teams just want to take him off the field.
I feel like that Hyatt ban was going to happen though. I knew it was going to happen because they've been a lot of bans they've been banning Haya as well too. That's another one that I don't know. These are just not characters I'm not really like scared for. Like they should be, but I think they're just gonna try to test it out. I think they know who Area 7 is good at, so I think they're just gonna pick them just to see what else they have in their arsenal that they could throw at them.
Not only that, you do have to think Team Sexy right now has first pick. So we're going to try to leave something open. We're going to maybe just pick some more target picks and maybe leave, the Valentina, which just got banned, but leave something that we know is going to really help us open.
Hey, you notice who hasn't been banned, right?
Glue?
Glue hasn't been banned, and who else that we were just talking about?
Beatrix?
No, Lilia.
Lilia is open.
Lilia is so far open.
Only love
There goes the
Okay.
Sicilian.
So we'll see here if they're gonna ban a Lilia. So they're leaving Lilia. They're leaving the glue experience, which is very good right now. Selena is still open, and I know that they, don't want to really give Team Sexy Selena as well either.
Yeah,
they left a lot of picks open with these bans actually.
I mean, it's definitely a very open playing field right now. The Clint's open right now. The Lilia, the Lolita's open for counterplay. Just a lot of opportunities. Like these are the last bans I thought I would. The Esmeralda's open. The last bans I thought I would see was a Chow, a Haya, and a Sicilian coming from Team Sexy.
You know what? Let's just take back everything we just said 10 minutes ago. Okay, like completely wrong. So they banned the glue, and it might be a Lilia pick here.
Oh, man. I don't think we're going to see a Lilia from the side of Team Sexy. I think we might see the Clint immediately locked in. But then the Lolita's open to counter it. Or, like I said, the Shark on the Lolita.
I was just about to say, you might as well just lock the Lolita down first, because we know that Shark's really good with Lolita.
And I think Zia feels comfortable against a Clint with his Beatrix.
Yep.
Or with Brody or Popo. I think he feels comfortable enough that they're okay with, as long as they can get that Lolita to counter, they feel comfortable giving the Clint.
And it's actually a pretty good pick with Lolita, because it's almost like you're forcing them to pick Clint. Like, you're like, go ahead, I'm going to pick Lolita. Yeah. I know you're going to pick Clint, and that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Just not really stressed about it, just like, yeah. And now, but they do, the thing is they give them the Esmeralda and the Clint, which... Now we're looking at we got some endgame sustainability and some endgame damage on the side of Area 77. So how does Team Sexy really answer that?
What is this, Hylos jungle? I mean, Hylos actually is not bad in experience lane.
It might be. So people say that Hylos counters the Esmeralda in the EXP lane, and Sir Bossy is the one hovering it. So we might just see the Hylos EXP. Some people are also saying Dyroth has a little trouble in the beginning, but we saw in the AE game, he was slaughtering Esmeralda in the end game.
Yeah, absolutely, because he gets that life steal. So even though she's getting her a shield, he's just constantly getting life steal. But the Lapu Lapu was actually not a bad pick, because he's immune to a lot of counters with all his abilities he has. A lot of CCs. So I don't think that Lapu is just directly for Esmeralda. I think that's going to be more of whatever their backline are going to be and whatever CCs that they're going to pick come in the future of the draft.
Yeah, but just looking at this draft, so many hard hitters that we normally see.
Yeah.
Yves is on the field now. The Esmeralda, the Clint, the Lolita, now Roger. I mean, these are champs that normally half of them are banned off in the beginning. So like you said, we might just see a brawl.
It's going to be a brawl.
Coming in hard in the beginning.
I would say in the 8-10 minute mark, and people are got their items, it's going to be a
20 kills? 20 total kills by 10 minutes? 10-10.
So looking at them, they see they don't have a marksman and they don't have a jungle, so that's why they banned the Beatrix. And there goes the Lilia ban.
It's gonna
they
be
left it open and nobody got it.
Zia bans and Yato bans from both sides.
So I wonder if they're gonna ban a jungler. They're probably gonna ban a jungler here that they don't want to go up against.
I think
because they haven't picked a jungler yet.
Or they go for another gold laner and just leave the jungle open. Maybe take out the Popo or take out the Brody.
Yep, there was the Brody. I had a feeling it was going to be another marksman as well. And this one is probably going to be another mage ban. They already have two, and they're probably going to do another mage ban here.
Take out the Kagura.
There you go.
Pick.
Your team is picking.
And yeah, that was just gonna happen because they already banned two mages, and so those are the three mages that are really high in the meta right now that do a lot of damage. So now with that, I don't know what mage they're gonna go. Maybe Farza would be good for their backline, but they don't really have much backline.
Yeah. And you're picking right into that Lapu who just kind of hard count. Plus the Lolita, definitely a tough game for Farza right now. I mean. But it was kind of all those open. You could have gone with the Lu Yi. There were some other possibilities that we have seen teams pick. But if Yato can place himself correctly, he shouldn't have an issue. Zia locking in the Wan in the gold lane.
That's gonna be interesting. I don't know how I feel about that because even the Farza kind of can get the Wan if the Farza positions himself, and so can the Roger.
Yeah, I mean,
But he also has Lolita on her side.
Yeah.
So if Lolita hits the first stun, so that way Wan can get the back hit, and then Zia can take off with Wan. Yep.
I mean, and then he does, I think in the very early game, if Zia can just mechanically do well, he can outplay Marcuti. With that Inspire and everything, if you can get a nice stun and get some early game damage onto Clint, keep him under his tower. The problem is I feel like Clint kind of outranges. It's going to be a little hard for Zia, I think, in that gold lane.
Oh, I was about to say, if he would have went with the Phoveus tank, that was like, I don't know if that would be a good deal, because only really people who had dashes are Wan and Lapu. That's it.
Yeah, is he gonna lock in this?
Oh, okay, interesting,
crazy.
Are we about to see some crazy hooks?
Maybe. I mean, we saw Franco the other day against Fanny. And we were like, that's what they're going for, huh? I mean, decent counter, and dude was just slamming hooks I mean, 8 out of 10 hooks, landing on the mark. Just a crazy game overall for Franco. Franco's ult suppresses Yve's ultimate.
Yep.
So, I mean, that may be a possible reason for this. You can also counter BT, you can also counter Shark's Numenon Blast. So, I mean, it may possibly be a clutch play with the Franco, but if it fails, it's going to completely make the team fall apart.
Yeah. Franco is either it's going to work or you're going to completely troll. Like, I would say I'm a good Franco myself. I have a good 25% win rate with Franco. My hooks are on point. 15% hook rating. Like, yeah, I'm amazing with Franco all day. That's so it's you're either gonna be me or you're gonna be a really good Franco.
Well, we are jumping into this game. I'm excited to see exactly how it goes. 2 joints sitting on this Roger right now, and then best player with the Karina pick. How do you think this plays out in the early game?
So I actually kind of like the Karina pick. I just because he's definitely going to be able to get the Farza very well. I just think that if they don't slow down a Roger farm, the Roger can tear up Karina.
Yeah, I think it'll definitely be a battle of who can really get those first kills early on. Can Karina scale immediately, or will this Roger take the lead immediately? It's going to be definitely important to both teams.
Yeah, and already he has a good. Oh, I thought he was gonna go for it.
Oh, big flicker hook already on to best player, taking the power shots. Mega taken out by the minion, able to just get away. I'm surprised Roger didn't rotate up there.
No, so look at Roger. Roger know that Karina's low, so he's going to go in her jungle and start taking her jungle. So it's that way he can hit 4 first.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So that's actually a good rotation by Roger, because he already took some of her jungle. Now she's going into Gold Crab, and he's going to move back up in his jungle, and he should be around 4 now.
Yeah, I mean, and now she's going to be so behind just from having a recall like that. Definitely a huge game changer. Only a minute and a half in the game, YBOR.
And so he got a little greedy there, because the Franco was low and he could get her, and she just kind of just didn't sidestep. You knew the hook was coming, and I think it just caught her by surprise.
Yeah, we might see best player come in on a Jero Cutie, though, doing a little bit of poke damage. Turtle is going to be up in 7 minutes. With this slight gold deficit, does best player just decide to back off, or do you think they try to contest this Turtle?
No, I think they contest it, because he's already 4, and so is Roger. And I don't know how, but best player actually is higher than Roger. Oh, no, not no more. But it was crazy. She actually hit 4 first before Roger. But yeah, so you can see here they're going to position the Turtle here. Yeah, and they're just kind of seeing where they're at. So everybody else is going to be collapsing now.
Oh, a little bit of a pick onto Sir Bossy, though, getting brought back. He tries the ult into Yato, does stop the ultimate, but Yato gets the kill. Nicolette does bring up that world manipulation and is able to take out Gal's Cutie. So it's a 1-for-1 trade early on in the Turtle pit, but the Turtle is not down yet. Both teams deciding to back off for now, YBOR.
Yeah, that you know what's funny is what you said exactly about that Lapu. So Lapu got hooked and he instantly jumped back on of Farza. Exactly, so he's gonna be looking for Farza this match for sure.
Yeah,
every time Farza ults, he's gonna be jumping on her, ulting, and make sure you get a CC stun on her.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was a little worried about Yato picking that Farza. Lapu's like one of the major, like when someone picks up Farza, you lock in the Lapu in the XP lane, and that's his job. Stop that ult as much as you can, but he's gonna need to watch out for those Franco hooks from what we're seeing.
Yeah, so yeah, he's 2 for 3. He just missed his first hook, but he's 2 for 3 on hooks right now.
And they are coming down to
two
this gold
really
lane.
good hooks at that too. Wasn't just random hooks. They were very well placed hooks, and the team was ready. He hooked them, and his team was ready to just pounce on whoever got hooked.
Yeah, down in this gold lane, both Zia and Marcuti staying even. Luckily, there hasn't been a whole lot of focus on it. Turtle is back up, though, coming down to about half health. Feathered Airstrike is coming down to Nicolette, and she will get taken out. But Zia in the bottom lane able to take out Marcuti while this is all happening. Sir Bossy tries to fend them off, but Two Joints secures the Lord, and Sir Bossy may just be next as 4 members of Area 77 come into this jungle and take the kill. It's a 2-for-1 trade over the whole map, but Turtle does fall in the hands of Area 77 and possibly this blue buff YBOR.
Oh man, see, you know what, I tell you that this first match, they're gonna go very aggressive on each other.
Ooh, real order manipulation does come up. Two Joints taking the damage, taken out by Best Player, and now they're on the chase for Gauss Cutie. Best Player trying to close the distance, but not quite able to. A nice disengage, and the playing field is back to even, though Area 77 has a slight gold lead, YBOR.
And Karina got her blue buff. That was such a good zone. That was such a good engagement. Oh, wow.
Nice play from Zia, really taking the lead in this gold lane, YBOR.
And that's actually going to be very huge. So Zia is already 2-0, and Clint is already 0-2. So if 1-1 is going to be higher than your marksman, that's a really big problem. Oh man,
another beautiful pick onto Gauss Cutie. You know, you called it, Team Sexy. Once they feel like they had a little bit of a lead, they're just pushing the aggression at this point, YBOR.
Oh yeah, they're going to be very aggressive. That's how they normally play. First match, they normally play that. They play very aggressive, and then usually the second, third match, depending on how that would go. Like if Area 77 is taking a lot slower, because what happened was that Area 77 was trying to be very aggressive to them, and then it kind of turned on them. So now, if you look now, they're playing a little bit more passive and try to pick those fights now.
Yeah, at this point, I think Area 77 definitely needs to, you know, slow down a little bit. You still got the Clint. You really need to keep someone close to bottom map and protect this Clint. Try to get a kill on him, because if he gets another death, it's going to be a long road to get to that end game for him.
Yeah, and they swap lanes. So Lapu now is on the gold lane, or no, it's not gold lane anymore. But and 1-1 went back up to the Esmeralda.
It's been something we've been seeing. Once that first tower's taken, they immediately move the gold lane to the other lane to help push and try to get this tower down. And I mean, it's just been pretty much whatever marksman gets the tower first, they're moving to the XP lane immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because the experience lane, they usually, you know, it's usually a stalemate most of the time. So,
nice flick, nice hook on the Best Player. Feathered Airstrike does come down. PTK pops up that Newman on blast, but isn't able to hit it. The rest of the team does expose some of those flickers, though, to get out. The next turtle is up, though, as Gauss, Cutie, and Jero are in there. The hook misses, and this might be coming in. The Starfall Moon does come down, but Jero isn't able to secure anything. He's forced to run away as Gauss, Cutie starting to take a bit of damage here. Sir Bossy in the back line. Yato and Dao go down along with Two Joints. Team Sexy taking a huge lead here at the 7-minute mark.
Oh man, I'll let you know right now that them not banning Eve is actually really hurting them. Like, Eve is doing such a nuisance for them, and they don't even, like, maybe, I don't know if you guys are noticing it, but if you watch Eve, she does her slows perfectly, and then the team will just jump on it whenever she starts doing her CCs.
Oh my god, and then, like, I think something we really slept on was Zia on this Wan, man.
Yeah.
We were wondering how Clint
would
do.
bully the early game, and then it turned the other way. And now that 1-1 is pretty much fed compared to their Clint, like, it's going to be tough. Because everybody knows once 1-1 starts going and gets some items, it's a wrap. She hits hard.
Yeah, and I mean, let's look at their items right now. He's already got that Scythe in. He's got DHS in. He skipped boots. He's sitting at one of the top gold leader on the map, sitting at 4-0-2. I mean, Zia is going to be on fire this game.
Absolutely. I mean, having Demon Hunter starting to cross some Scythe already, you know, that's just...
He is a little bit caught up, though. Two Joints able to get the kill onto him. Sorry for interrupting. But
no, you're fine.
Finally, they get a kill onto Zia there, YBOR.
Yeah, I mean, that's 1 versus 3, right? So that's what you kind of want to do with 1-1. You want to waste her. You want to have one person CC her, rather it be Clint or Franco. So it's that way she could pop her S2, and then that's when you get her. You make her waste her S2, and then you jump on her.
Yeah. I'm wondering what's going to happen here in the middle. Gauss Q taking a little bit of damage. Yato does pop that airstrike where World Manipulation comes up to counter, but the re-engage is coming from Area 77. 2 joints there, able to go, but Shark with a beautiful flicker ult to stop him in his tracks. Zia now engaging into this fight, but Mark Cutie starting to do a little bit of damage, pushing them back. Shark uses that Bulwark Shield, but Best Player does go down in that match, and Area 77 making a comeback, taking the gold lead.
Yeah, I think that was a good counter by Area 77 because if you look, the objectives are now still getting pushed with that engagement, and they took out one of their players. So now if they're going to go to top lane and try to secure this top lane and get this tower, for that way they can keep rotating.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot from Sir Bossy so far, but he has been holding his lane at least. I'm waiting to see what kind of... he did get that kill onto Yato earlier, but I think I'm waiting to see how pivotal he is in some of these endgame 5v5s. Zia starting up this Lord, though. Do you think that Area 77 is going to be here to contest soon?
I don't think they're gonna contest the turtle too much. I think they're gonna zone it, and they may try to rotate, but I think Team Sexy's they're already there. They already got halfway. Well, I mean, they got the Farza actually. The Farza's gonna ult. And look, there goes the ult by Farza.
Airstrike, big damage coming on to Nicolette, but the Lord does go to Best Player, but now Best Player goes down. A nice move on blast, followed up by Zia on that ultimate, taking down 2 members. A nice double kill going to Zia, but Jero Cutie also securing a double kill of herself along with the tower, but now they collapse onto Jero and make that a 4-for-2 trade going to Team Sexy along with the Lord YBOR.
Yes, absolutely. So in that whole engagement, the Lapu instantly jumped on Farza. So it's exactly like how we call it. So Lapu's like, once Farza ults, you see Lapa flicker and literally ult on her and just force her out of her ult. And then Yve does her crowd control. And then, this Shark on Lolita is just, they should not have given.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure next game, they're banning Lolita for sure.
He's definitely he is the sole reason. Imagine being the sole reason for bringing a non-meta hero out of the grave and putting them into the ban pool.
Hey, listen, if somebody else with 70% win rate with Lolita, she's not non-meta. She's very meta.
But she was just slept on for so long.
No, she was. Yeah,
I was a Lolita player for a while. I loved her to death, and I'm so glad she's back. But here we go. Best Player coming under the tower, getting a nice kill onto Gallop Cutie. Yato, though, able to get the kill onto Shark. But Zia on the roll does get taken out by 2 joints, and now Sir Bossy is going to fall next. Area 77 making a bit of a comeback here, bringing this gold back to mid, but the towers are falling, YBOR.
Yeah, that was such a move by Roger. So the 1-1 was hitting him, trying to get her ult off. And what Roger did was go next to the wall so she can't get to that last hit marker. And then he dashed in and then instantly bursted her down. Like, it was such a big burst down with Esmeralda and Roger diving in on her like that.
Yeah, the team fights, the mechanics in both teams are definitely on point, and it's just it felt like Team Sexy's winning there for a minute. Area 77 gets a nice team fight, comes back, and I just love the aggression of both. But here comes BTK Shark with a nice double man stun coming in, and the rest of the team follows up. Jero Cutie will be going down, and Zia pops that ultimate onto Gals, moving on to 2 joint. Can we make this a triple? Yato escaping with just a sliver of health, but Zia's on the chase along with Best Player. Best Player takes the kill, and 3 members of Area 77 go down, YBOR.
So the problem right now that Area 77 is having is they have nothing really to stop the Lolita. Like, Lolita charges her ult. They know it's coming, and their only thing they can do is run. And then Lolita will flicker, get 2 stuns, and then their team's already jumping on top of it. So the Franco is supposed to be help countering the Lolita whenever she ults. But I don't see it. I don't see the Franco saving his hook, at least for the Lolita ult.
Yeah, I'm wondering... It's either supposed to be for the Lolita, it's supposed to be for the Yve, unless that wasn't their plan. But that's the only thing I see whenever I see the
Lolita
Franco
did
come
ult
in.
from the bush, so you don't see it coming. But you feel the slow, so you know that she's ulting from the bush.
You know she's
and
there.
Shark has been doing that very well. He's always been ulting from the bush, so you don't see the ult coming. So it is kind of hard to counter that. But they got to get somebody to counter her, like Farza stun.
Oh, another ult from Zia. Now moving on to Yato. He's able to wing by wings out, but that's going to put them at a bad deficit for this Lord fight. There's no way they can contest. The second Lord of the game looks like it's going to Team Sexy, YBOR.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to be the turning point. I mean, it's still pretty close with the gold. They do have a good momentum right now. But they did get the Lord, but look at the lanes. They're still kind of controlling the lanes, Area 77. I think this is going to come down to I almost said PTK because I see the PTK members. So Team Sexy, if they make a mistake, I feel like Area 77 is about to counter them and dominate. I think it's going to be who's going to make this next mistake right here is going to determine the winning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting close to endgame. Area 77 has done a great job at macro, controlling the map a little bit, you know, but look at Area 77. They want to come in for the play here. Shark, he finally gets suppressed, followed up by the feathered airstrike, and down goes 2 members of Area 77, though. Or no, just 1 member. The immortality did pop. Zia gets taken out. Jero on the run, and somehow Team Sexy just rotates up so quickly. It looked like a nice play from Area 77, but Team Sexy is there to save the day. They are down Zia. Lord is taken out, so Area 77 stops the bleeding for a little bit longer, but Team Sexy wants to push this. They take the inhibitor. Real Order Manipulation does come up, and Mark Cutie takes a couple shots. Sir Bossy able to flicker away from that fallen Star Moon, and they're all able to rotate up to this top inhibitor. Yato popping this feathered airstrike to zone them off and defend the siege for just a little bit longer, YBOR.
Man, oh, I missed the hook there, but man, these teams are just so at each other. It's like they know they're good rotations, but that last fight is that I think their goal was to just get Wanwan, because Wanwan, Zia has been destroying them with Wanwan, and I think they want to focus. They think their goal is just to kill Wanwan and go back, but the problem is that Eve, man, that Eve, that's slow as they can't run as quick as they want to.
Yeah,
and then you can see even when they went to the inhibitor tower that she was able to pop her ult and zone them all back where they could just take the inhibitor tire and then, you know, try to grab the other inhibitor tires. Like, they weren't trying to end there. They were just trying to get the tower and go back.
Yeah, they're playing it. I mean, Team Sexy definitely, we're finally seeing them against a really strong team in the league, and they are just playing a great game. Nicolette coming up with this real manipulation. A beautiful ult flicker connecting onto Jero, and here comes the ultimate from Zia under the fountain, taking out Mark Cutie, and Gal Cutie is next. What a play. You get suppressed, but you still get the kill. 2 joints, able to take out Zia, but the rest of Team Sexy is capitalizing, working on 2 joints next, moving on to this tower. The Nexus will go down. What a play. I gotta look at that replay real fast.
That 1-1 damage.
Just wait for this. The real manipulation comes up, the flicker in. Zia gets this ultimate, and just watch her under this fountain. The health is trying to stay up, but it can't. A wonderful triple kill from Zia.
I mean, what do you do there? What do you do?
I don't even know, man.
You're literally you're in your safe space, and you're not safe. You're just getting burned down.
Wow.
What a play by Zia. Oh man, what a play by Zia.
That was just, I mean, but you can't just give it to Zia. The stuns, the combo for it all. We wondered if that Wanwan pick was going to work. And like you said, you know, you got the Lolita stun, you got the real world manipulation to slow him down, and then you also have Sir Bossy for the backup stun. And it just guarantees Zia to get that ultimate so many times in that fight, in that match.
And not only that, they had just a good comp for Zia. Like, if you think about the Yve, her ult, which gives him a stun when he hit the edge, and her slow as well while she's doing her ult. You got Lolita popping her ult and also doing a constant CC. So they will call opponent, like Lolita would do is she would hard CC somebody and call that opponent. Wanwan would throw her, I don't know the names of the things, so I'm just going to say S1 out. And then just to make sure she get back hits. Once she gets back hits, that's it. Like, everything else, she's going to slow. She has everybody else is slowed, so she's just constantly going to dance around them and get all the other hits.
Yeah, and I mean, just Team Sexy really prevailing in that match. Wondering if Area 77 can come back here. Because we're on a delay, we're going to jump right into the second game. Area 77 up with first ban, first pick. YBOR, what do you think Area 77 can do to change the game around into their hands here?
Oh, man. So they tried to ban with the marksman for Zia, but I think, you know, Zia has a big hero pool, right? So I think right now, they're going to hard ban Lolita. They can't let them have Lolita. especially if they're not going to have somebody counter. I think the Franco came pick was exactly what we said it was going to be. It was either going to work out really well for them or not, and in the beginning it did, and then it just didn't. You know,
I think that was a big whiff.
Yeah, the 1-1 was using the Franco to proc her ult.
Yeah.
So it was he would miss a hook, or he would get ulted by Franco. She would pop her Purify, drop her S1, and then get her ult, and then focus the back line. It's just, you know, I think they should have gone with like maybe a Kufra would have been a good pick there, because actually Kufra would have helped stop Lolita as well too.
Mm-hmm. Maybe even a Matilda or something. You know, Esmeralda never got picked. They did do good in some of those aggressive early games in the beginning. I think they needed something to maybe really try to capitalize on top of that. You got to get rid of it. You got to. Shark's just such a monster with it.
Yeah. He kind of plays like me and Lolita. I remember when I used to teach him how to play Lolita.
Yeah, way
back in the day. I let him go on and be, you know, the shark he is now, you know. But, you know, back then I was the best Lolita on the planet, but it's all good.
And it looks like they're staying. It looks like when we look at Team 6 now, staying with the same bands.
Yeah, I think they've done their homework on Area 77. I think they know who they're really good at and who they just don't want to go up against. And I think they're gonna stick with the same bands.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with Gal's Cutie on that Chow. They don't want to deal with Yeho on the Hayabusa. And as long as they can keep beating them without those heroes, they're definitely not going to change up the bands. I mean, we just saw them come in with a 1-1 gold lane, you know, just some different picks than usual. Best player on Karina, you know, Karina's not considered a super S tier. I wouldn't say she's a S+ tier jungler right now, and they were able to take the win there.
Yeah, Karina, I mean, she did some pretty good stuff, but she wasn't like the game changer of it. I think the biggest thing about Karina that helped was that she took a lot of their damage down. You know, her passive, her burst down of them, and then it was just a whole comp of everybody else that kind of, you know, they really blended together.
Yeah. So now we're seeing this Esmeralda band come in. The glue's open right now. We did see Area 77 ban it last time. Clint still open right now. I think Area 77, another problem they need to have, their gold laner needs to be able to keep up with Zia, man. And if he can't, then maybe they need to prio Zia a little bit in the early game. You know, we didn't see a lot of gold lane conflicts happening, and maybe it was because of the huge delay on getting first turtle. Like, first turtle didn't get taken out for a solid minute or two that it was up. There was that first team fight where everyone disengaged. So I think that needs to be a possibility. Maybe even give up turtle. We've been seeing a lot of teams, I know in rank and stuff, being able to counter farm against the turtle and still keep the gold difference not too far apart.
Yeah, it's more like a pick your poison. So if you stack up on turtle and you're not gonna win, or if you know like you don't have a good rotation for turtle and you feel like gold lane is gonna be more of a problem, give them turtle, kill the gold lane, try to take that tower, put more pressure on the opposite lane. You know, that happens a lot. That even happens in the sea as well. It's either they're gonna make a choice. They're either gonna contest turtle or they're gonna push gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, I really think gold lane needs to be a prio. Like, that Zia just keeps dominating, and it's so much fun watching him. From seeing him as a mage main in M3, it's so much fun watching him on this team right now, and we're getting to see him shine as a more aggressive gold laner marksman. It's been I'm really excited to see how he keeps on going as this gold laner.
Yeah, and interesting here now. You got the glue side lane, and then you got Matilda tank, two very meta heroes.
And Shark is a monster on that Matilda, even though she kind of, I mean, in the season in the league, she's kind of not. She hasn't been as a prio pick. Like, for a while Matilda was first pick, first ban, you know, or now she's kind of more just like, you know, A tier tank. But Shark, man, just, I've seen him, I've casted over it. He is a monster with Matilda. So
yeah, what happened was they nerfed her second skill, and when they did that, it kind of defeated her tank role too much. She can still tank, but she can't be as effective, because before you was able to spam it, and every time you dash with it, you got a shield, and you gave your ally a shield. and you just constantly just spam that constantly, and she was just so they nerfed her because they didn't want her to be such a big tank, but they want her to still be a support. But I have seen Shark play Matilda still now, and I've played Matilda now, and you can tell it's different, but she's still very viable.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely. I mean, she's a monster still, and especially
they
with
actually nerfed her
Esmeralda
damage
gone and
too.
everything, you can pick her. Yeah, she's not as a. I think that was one of the major issues with her. For the problem is she was used as this tank, but for the first like 3 minutes of the game, she's doing mage assassin damage, like chunking down squishies to half health with her first skill. So it's good that she got the nerf, and I think that she's still very viable. She's just not as. You don't have to worry about.
They
her completely.
banned Karina. Why would they ban Karina?
I mean, I think we just saw Karina get picked into the Roger. I think maybe they feel like it's a decent counter pick to Roger. So they're taking her off the map.
A pretty good. She can, burst down Roger pretty well.
Go ahead.
She do more damage. She could do more burst damage than Roger can to her, and she has like some lifesteal compared, spell vamp compared to her. So I mean, I can see that.
And the basic attacks don't affect her for that little bit of time. If he's just trying to run her down, she's able to get away. They're taking out this Kufra. Definitely not as targeted from Team Sexy that we saw last time. We saw the 2 mages go down, but now that Yato's locked in this Lilia, I feel like
we might see another Wan, honestly.
You think so?
Yeah, Kufra's banned. That's a hard counter to Wan.
Maybe
and
that's the plan.
so can Karina, and so can Sicilian, but. And they've already picked Lilia, so they're not really worried about a Kagura. So they might actually go. Wan is actually a really good pick here.
Your team is picking.
Against the Brody, I think she can definitely hop around and not get hit by that first skill, and maybe be able to. He is a bit of a slower marksman too, I feel like, and he has to get a bit closer to you if he really wants to try to brawl
fast,
you.
Though.
Yeah.
I mean, so is Wan, but late game, that dude's fast.
Seeing a bit of a switch here. Nicolette hovering over that Farza. Also the Cog. Both mages,
I feel like he's going to go more Cog now. I don't know. That's tough because they got a Lilia. So you got to think of like, you can definitely CC, but Lilia has Purify on, so she's ready for any CC. So I feel like maybe a Cog would be better because Cog will have bigger burst damage, but it just sucks because they got to pick a mage now. I would wait last pick for a mage.
Yeah,
because you don't really know who their real backline is going to be, who their jungler is going to be. You're going to find out now.
It's definitely. I think though they're more worried about Zia in this gold lane, I think, than Nicolette right now, and that's what they really want to kind of wait for. Do they want to go for the Popo here? Do they want to go for the Wan here? Do they want to go for the Clint? That's still open right now. So I mean, I think they're more worried about Zia as that final pick than Nicolette right now. I think Nicolette will be comfy with whatever she goes. She may have a little bit of trouble.
Jungle.
Your team is picking.
I don't know about that.
It failed for them last time we saw it. Area 77 tried to do it before, and it did not work.
I don't think it's going to work for them. They have a lot of CCs with the Glue, the Matilda, the Farza. They got a lot of CCs there. And, Claude, all he needs is 1 CC, and he's done for. Claude side lane, I can get it because you can maybe get him Purify on it to help with the CCs, but boom. 1-1.
Are we going to see another fountain kill?
I mean, all the 1-1's counters have been banned. Kufra, Karina, Sicilian, Chow. I
definitely don't think we'll see her as effective as last game. Not as much CC as we saw last game, but I mean, even when he didn't have all the CC, he was getting those ultimates down. He was landing them. We do have the Yuzong pick this time from JRO, and we do have Yato on that Lilia. The only problem I really see with Area 77 right now is that jungle Claude. It was so underwhelming last time we saw it, and even though it got farmed, it just never really got to where it needed to be at.
I mean, you never know. It could be different now. But the thing about Claude is that he takes a while. He needs Demon Hunter Sword, right? Yeah. So if Team Sexy invades Claude jungle right off the bat and constantly, it's not going to work. The Area 77 is going to lose this match. Claude needs to get farmed. He needs Demon Hunter Sword to start off. Just to do damage, he needs Demon Hunter Sword. Then you have to do all his other ones to increase his damage. But in the beginning, he's just throwing pebbles at you because he has no damage.
Yeah, I mean, one thing he may be able to be helpful against this glue possibly. That may be one of the reasons they picked it. against that tankiness, against all those little guys, you may be able to make some good plays here. But still, we'll see how they do. We are jumping in this game, and I'm wondering exactly who's going to be able to take this early game. But Shark already taking a bit of damage. Gal's Cutie with the Petrify and first blood going to Jero. Sir Bossing Shark getting a little too aggressive early on, YBOR.
Yeah, that was a ballsy play. That was, I get it, you're trying to cut the jungle. If they would have just invaded blue instead of cutting the jungle, I think they would have had a little bit more of a success there. But I think they're still underestimate Lilia's early game.
Yeah. Just underestimated Area 77 in total there, I feel
exactly.
like. Don't
they were
get
out of
too
position.
Crazy.
Yeah, they got out of position, and Area 77 is still a good team. Just because you got them with the W last game, don't try to treat Area 7 like they're a pub team.
Yeah, they're definitely not rookies. Don't get too crazy, and we see some of these teams do that. Team Sexy they're known for also doing things like that, getting a little, you've beaten some low-tier teams. You just got a really nice win on Area 77, but you didn't just completely demolish them. Area 77 did get them down to their inhibitors last game. They're still a team that they need to stay on their P's and Q's against.
Yeah, absolutely. And so right now, if you look, they're playing, other than that first skill, they're doing a little bit slower. They're not doing as aggressive. I would want them to see it be a little more aggressive. So they have, Area 77 has a really good early game.
Yeah.
Wait, let's see here.
Yeah, we might see something. They are really hovering down on this gold lane, like I said they should do. I think there needs to be a major focus, but while this is all happening, best player once again counter jungling in Area 77's blue jungle. Do you have a
and there goes that Yuzong. So they banned Yuzong, and that's exactly why they banned Yuzong, because he can just zone them out and just get them out of there. And just they see that they give some time. Now look at the whole team. Even Brody's coming up. Everybody's coming up for this turtle.
Ooh, nice Petrify play with the knockup.
Yep.
Jero Cutie securing a kill on to best player. Area 77 taking a nice lead. And I mean, you're completely right. He's able to come down, get a best player out of there, and give time for the rest of his team to show up.
Exactly. And that's exactly what that was. He just zoned them out just for his team to get in it. And now Claude is farming. That's what, I mean, this might work. We'll see end game when it happens, but if he gets his Demon Hunter sword first, then it's gonna be wrapped.
Mark Cutie taking a bit of damage though. Nicolette does pop that, but in comes Gal Cutie with the I'm offended on the Shark, and they're gonna delete it. Nicolette will be next. Zia does get that ultimate off, but the damage isn't quite there yet. They're just gonna wait for her to drop and delete. Drop and delete. Area 77, 5-1 with a 1K gold lead at 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's and I think that's what the Lilia was for. If you notice, Lilia rotating a lot towards Wanwan because Lilia can really do some damage on Wanwan. And then Lilia can also let Wanwan ult her. Like, go ahead, ult me, because I'm just gonna ult myself. So that way I reset my health, and that way, you know, you have no ult now.
Yeah, I mean, just I really like the fact that they are actually
they're going all the way back down to gold lane again.
They're going to focus it. They don't want to deal with Zia. They're going to get another possible kill on a Shark. That torn apart memories does go off, but it's not enough damage quite yet. Mark Cutie did take that death. So, I mean, he's not super ahead. Zia does have a kill under the map, but look at them just hovering on Zia with the dive under. Mark Cutie does use that second skill to lock her up, but the rest of Team Sexy is here to defend. They don't want to let another kill go down on this bottom side of the map, YBOR.
Operation Save Zia right now.
Operation Reconnaissance Save Zia.
Save Zia. By all means, send all reinforcements to go lane to save Zia.
I mean, at this point, though, like you said, don't count Area 77 out. They're playing a nice game. 2 joints hasn't been too pivotal, but let's take a look at his items real quick, YBOR.
So right now, Claude just got Demon Hunter sword. He doesn't even got boots yet. He just had just the basic boots. So he really wanted to focus on things. Now you're gonna see Claude be more aggressive because now he can do some damage.
Yeah, he's definitely with that. I mean, against the Matilda, against Sir Bossy on this glue, he should be able to keep up, hopefully, in some of these team fights. But this is what we said last time, and once again, It wasn't. It was very underwhelming. I want to see they do have a bit more of a lead this time. Jero coming in, diving in, along with 2 joints, and the damage is there. They do get a kill on to best player. Jero chasing down Nicolette, but Sir Bossy able to get the kill in the back line up against Jero as Yato chases down Sir Bossy, trying to do something, but the ultimate is back, and he gets the double stun onto Jero and Yato. Nicolette trying to come in, possibly might get the kill onto Jero here as BTK Shark comes to back up with the chase, and the Flying Eagle gets the kill, and Yato may just be neck. Look at Sir Bossy on the chase, knows he can't take Yato after the ult fails, and they back off, evening the playing field a little bit. That's what Team Sexy just did to YBOR.
I just want to tell everybody in chat, when you're playing rank, ban glue. Ban glue. That man literally just 1v3'd and got away with it.
Look at 2 joints falling up on a Shark. He tries to pop that Flying Eagle, but 2 joints able to, and not able to do damage, but Mark Cutie finishes it off. Area 77 pushing up against this mid tower as Nicolette pops that feathered airstrike to push them down. Sir Bossy trying to do something with a crazy flicker ult onto them, but the tower shot is there, and he gets taken out by Mark Cutie as Gal Cutie tries to lock in Zia also. Not quite able to, but Mark Cutie going a little deep here. Does get the stun on to best player. Best player taking a little bit of damage, and Torn Apart Memories goes off to get the kill. That is a killing spree for Mark Cutie, putting him at 3-2 YBOR.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was just a bad play by Glue. So the one way to counter Glue is that you have Flicker. Flicker can counter him very well. So if he latches onto you, you see him throw out his skill 1, you just flicker away under your tower. Now he's stuck. He has to make a choice. He has to detach, or he's going to have to wait till his cooldowns. And that's pretty much what happened. He got caught under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, just huge. Wait a second, and we're mixing kills just all over the map right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yuzong jumped under the tower and got burst down by Farza, but for some reason, his passive still killed Farza even after he died. Weird.
At this point, though, do we put the game in the hands of Area 77, sitting with all their towers up, whole bottom lane pushed in? Is Team Sexy really falling as heavy behind as it looks?
No, I say yes. Even though they're only 3K gold behind, you know, it's really looking good for Area 77. But we've seen this before. You know, it doesn't take much for Team Sexy to turn it around. You know, they're just gonna wait for them to make a mistake, and that way they can dominate it on.
Yeah, and they do have this glue, but it seems like Sir Bossy hasn't really been able to get the combos down that we normally see. Torn Apart Memories does go off. Shark using that Flying Eagle is going to connect onto Mark Cutie, and he's taken out by Sir Bossy. A nice pick for Team Sexy, and now Gauss Cutie and Jero are trying to fend them off. They want to try to defend these towers, but Wan Zia in the bottom lane just chipping away. May just get 2 towers out of this push, YBOR.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see here, so even though it looks like Area 7 winning, it is 12-6, but look at the objectives, right? So the top towers still haven't really been pushed for Area 77, but look at the bottom tower. It's already on the 2nd tower, and with minions there.
Yeah, Sir and then, I mean, they definitely, I think Area 77 did great at pushing that bottom tower. I liked the way that we just saw Claude chipping away at this mid. Someone needs to go delete that thing real fast. And come in the middle lane, 2 joints trying to do something, but taken out by Nicolette with a nice feathered airstrike, and Zia on the roll, taking out Mark Cutie. 2 joints is out, and next is going to be Gal. Yato takes the big damage, forced to pop those black shoes and head back, still defending under this tower, but Team Sexy starting to turn this game around, YBOR.
Yeah, and now they're gonna set up for they're gonna have to get this Lord now. That the Lord will help them push the objectives a little bit more. But with their jungler being gone, this is a perfect opportunity for Team Sexy to try to get this Lord. There's no other retreat.
Yeah, I mean, now was that first Lord of the game?
Yeah, that was first Lord. Yep.
First Lord.
So it's not big Lord, but that Lord is gonna help because it's also gonna come with big minions, and it's gonna help just push those lanes.
Yeah, I'm thinking we definitely lose this top tower. We're going to lose that right here. I think they may be able to take this mid-tier tower too, mid-tier 3, and really just push down on these lanes as much as possible. And look at Wan in the bot, ready to possibly get all the way to this inhibitor.
Yeah, and I think, so since going by and Wan's already there, Zia's already there, so she's going to just help this Lord, and actually they're all rotating down there because they know that this team's going to come down and help try to kill this Lord. So they're going to push with the Lord.
Yeah, I love the positioning of Team Sexy right now, but the Lord is coming in. It's not going to crash. It's not an enhance, but it seems like the rest of the team's going to move up, cut this mid lane, and give freedom to those minions crashing down on tier 3. Lord is taken out, but Team Sexy capitalizes and takes as much material as possible. And look at the wave in the top as the rest of Team Sexy rotates up. Just their movements with that Lord push, taking that, really just trying to take as much material as possible, YBOR.
Yeah, they might lose this. They might even lose this other top tower. They're gonna definitely lose it. So like they took 3 towers with that Lord push. It wasn't even a big Lord, and that's the thing where I'm saying that you can't count Team Sexy out. In early game, they were looking a little worried and stuff like that, but they know how to micromanage this game.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see many. That's something I put so many teams down for. I say their Lord push could have been a bit better. Their macro control, being able to handle the whole map on a Lord push is so important. And to just have that not even being enhanced and be able to take all that away from Area 77, I mean, just totally showing map presence and dominance of this game right now with the way they handled that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you're going to see a much different game going forward. I feel like Team Sexy, now they're getting the groove of things. And they're also getting farmed as well. So Zia already has his items and plus a Windtalker as well for the Claude and the Brody as well. So it's going to be just a much different outcome now. You can see they're controlling the map, they're controlling the fights. Other than earlier, they were struggling a little bit. But I think they're going to turn it around now.
Yeah, they're doing the game now, for a while, Area 77 had it in their hands. Now, Team Sexy is just completely controlling the map, completely controlling the pace, and I'm kind of wondering what Area 77 can do to turn this around. Once again, 2 joints hasn't seemed too overwhelming. Kind of wondering about that Claude pick. It did do some nice damage early on, but he's really got to commit and come in there, and Shark knows how to place those ultimates so well and stop whoever he needs to. So that's going to be a major hard piece for 2 joints to be able to do something. But Lord is up. Feathered airstrike coming down. It does get stopped by Gauss Cutie. A nice play. They're able to lock up Nicolette. Nicolette taking some damage and is going to get taken out from 2 joints. And now they're moving on to the rest of Team Sexy. A beautiful knockup. Petrify. Zia maybe going down, trying to salvage. 2 joints gets the kill though as the rest of the team pushes forward onto this tower. Area 77 taking big map control. Best player maybe next 2 joints with the flicker play, able to take out Best Play, and now they're going to take out tower number 2. Area 77 turning that Lord fight right into their hands. Do they take this game right here, YBOR?
This might be the end of it right here. The timer is pretty high, and it's just Matilda left. They have minions. They can just clear these lanes out, which they do have a Claude to ult it.
Nicolette popping that feathered airstrike, though. 2 joints taking a little bit of damage. They stop it, focus on the Nexus, and take it out. A nice play.
So that was such a big mistake by Team Sexy. What they were doing, they were trying to just bait the Lord. They weren't going for it. It was less than 12 minutes. It was like 11 minutes, 50 seconds. And so they were trying to bait the Lord to see if they will come in and get it. And then the Yuzon came in and disrupted their bait. And the whole thing just turned from there.
Yeah, I
the
think
Claude ulted and took out 2 of them. Instantly deleted 2 of them.
I'm wishing I caught more of it on replay. I'm still trying to work on getting these replays timed out. Not only that, but something else that happened in that top lane the whole time. Sir Bossy sitting in the top lane, and he's, even though the glue didn't seem like as doing as much as we saw it so many times in previous games, I still think they needed him in those team fights, and that was a major misplay. And he went to go chase down someone in the top lane. I can't quite remember, but and then ended up dying because of it. And after that, I mean, all the team just started to fold in that middle lane. Area 77 with a huge comeback. I mean, just a wonderful game. We're going to game 3, YBOR.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't think that they were going to turn it around. It looked like Team Sexy really had it in the bag. At the end, they had a really good control play. But that's what I was saying earlier, is that all it takes is one mistake, and these 2 teams are good. they will dominate it. You outposition yourself or outposition your team once, they're going to dominate on you. And that's what they've been doing back and forward. In the beginning, Area 77 was taking advantage of their little overextension. You saw the first 2 early picks of the Matilda, and no, they didn't pick. It was just Matilda, but they tried to cut the lane, and they got dominated for it. And then they got to turn it around where Area 77 was getting a little overextended, getting out of position, and Team Sexy was dominating them. And then that play right there, like I said, they were trying to bait the Lord to get them to them, and man, they were just ready. Area 77 was just on it. They knew exactly what they needed to do. That Claude ulted, deleted 2 people instantly right off the back, and
then
it
Flickered was able to get another. I mean,
it was just such a good engagement. That was exactly what they needed, and they knew they had minions, so that's why they didn't even waste to go back to the Lord. They knew they had minions. They knew they had long death timers, so they just went it for the win, and they won.
Yeah, wonderful plays by both teams. I'm excited for this last game. I mean, first game, after watching that first game, I was like, man, Area 77 might get swept here. Like, they were looking, and then the second game, they were doing so good, and just the back and forth. So, I mean, third game, I still kind of want to say, if I was a betting man, you might want to bet on Team Sexy, but I mean, just all.
I told you, it could go either way.
It could go any way.
It could go any way. So, I mean, like I said, the first game, Area 77 didn't make a lot of mistakes, and they paid for it, right? But they drew out the game. This one here, we barely got to 12 minutes, and then once Area 77 found that opening, you saw they instantly went for the end game. It was 5. They took out 4, and it was 5-on-1 with just a Matilda left. Obviously, they're just going to force their way down their throat and try to just end it right there. They had minions. Claude had his ult back up. So at the end there, Claude ulted all those minions that spawned on the Nexus. And then they just Nexus focused right before everybody was spawning there. Such a good play by Area 77. Yeah, exactly.
They knew exactly that this was our time. I think once they got that first kill, it was like, all right, let's hard. They went under the tower. They knew it was like, it's now or never. We need to either try to get a team wipe, or we're probably going to lose if this game goes any farther.
Exactly.
And they were able to do it. So now we're on to game 3. The bans are almost exactly the same. The only thing that's different
Team
this
Sexy
time,
is not changing their bans.
we do see the Yuzong ban coming from Area 77 this time, and we're going to see the Esmeralda this time on Sir Bossy.
He's pretty nice with Esmeralda, that's for sure.
I'm excited for this game.
How they're gonna counter this.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, we might see the Lunox, something like that. I think that's a big possibility. Clint can melt her down end game pretty well, but both teams, maybe Clint's fallen off a little bit. Last game unbanned, neither team wanted to pick him, so maybe
I don't think last game Clint would have been a big pick anyway. They had a lot of counters to Clint, so I don't think Clint was a good pick either way.
Yeah, Yato though locking in this Lilia again. That's scary, man.
I'm telling you, Lilia does some damage, especially if she start getting her. So if she first item usually you get with Lilia can be Ice Cream Wand if you're just gonna do support, and it's just her slow. And they're gonna counter with another slow mage, so it's gonna be just a constant slow, and that's how it feels like when you stay stuck in the mage slow, right? It's terrible.
Yeah,
I hate it.
Especially Lilia.
I hate it.
It's like. It's rough, but
it's just non-stop. You try to run away, it's just non-stop just hitting you. But yeah, I think that's why Shark's going with the Grok to kind of help against that Lilia slow.
I mean, and then also if you can hold him into that Yve a little bit, it's definitely a deadly combo. Yve wasn't in the last game, and we saw Nicolette being huge on that Yve in the first game. So right now, looking at with that Esmeralda and that Yve, it's looking a little scary for the side of Area 77.
Yeah, and I don't know if the 2 marksmen is going to be right now is going to be good. They already got 2 pretty good frontliners. Okay, good. I mean, you know what? Actually, we haven't really been seeing a lot of Edith, which I don't understand 100% why, because Edith is actually not that bad and can play a little bit of both roles.
Yeah. What team? The Kingdom. Area 77 banned, like, even though the Kingdom is a lower team bracket right now, the Edith player on the Kingdom is respected enough that Area 77 was banning it when they went against them. I mean, and we've seen it every time, even though she hasn't been a prio ban, every time we have seen her played, she has been huge for the team. I mean, just
she's
stun,
amazing.
Multi knockups. I mean, she's definitely a very viable pick.
Yeah, she can definitely
Your team is
pick a player. Like, I feel like she's like a better Akai, right? She could pick a player, and if you get one stun on that one person, then they're gonna get stunned twice and thrown in the air. And then her ult is just ridiculous. She gets so much lifesteal, and she hits so hard. Like, when I play Edith, I don't even put damage items on her, and her ult just hits so hard.
All right, so coming into this though, we are seeing some more bans. Now they're just heavy focusing Zia right now. Juan gone, Beatrix gone. Only thing that's open right now is the Clint. Do we see the possible Popo?
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little thrown by that.
Their bans are, I mean,
Have been strange.
have Aries and Sam picked a lot of Aulis? I don't see
Never.
Aulis.
Not in season at least. Maybe they've been playing them in
Who
rank.
would Aulis counter? I mean, Aulis would counter Esmeralda for sure because of his attack speed and stuff, so she can't build a shield fast enough, but I don't think that's something that they would be thinking about
too
picking.
big brain. They're going too big brain right now.
Keep it simple. What's the kiss method, right? Keep it simple, stupid. Not calling them stupid. I'm just saying that's the saying.
Hold on. We just saw Khalid pick.
T-Rex, you playing?
I am playing, actually.
Hello?
That's me right there. That's me
Jero
right now.
QT, hello? Did you get permission? You know he's trademarked, right? You
Yeah.
can't just be picking.
You can't be picking my
Khalid.
hero in League, man. He's actually permabanned in the whole league.
Yeah, exactly. He must not have read the rules. He must not have.
It's in the small print.
Really small print, all around the bottom.
I'm wondering, I'm not saying he's, we just don't see a lot of teams pick him. I'm just kind of surprised by it. Yeah, he can get to that back lane and deal with the Nicolette possibly, do some nice damage. He can do decent against Esmeralda in the first 4 levels. But
I don't think he's a good pick here, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
I really don't. I mean, maybe for the Yve, I think that he's there to help. I mean, so a lot of experienced laners have been mostly to stop a Yve or any mage. You know, they had like a Farzan, Lapu was jumping on them, right? You know, they picked their fighters to try to help counter a mage, which works best for them. But I mean, look, they got a Kimmy and a Clint. I don't know. I feel like Kimmy's can be a nuisance with a good front line, which they do have.
Khalid. I mean, it's gonna be rough, and I like that Team Sexy's bringing some of these different picks, like the Kimmy jungle. Not a lot of teams are running it, but the teams that have been running occasionally, it's been doing numbers. So,
all right, chat. Who you guys think? Game 3.
A lot of people are voting Team Sexy right now.
Really? I want you to put in your team in the chat. Who you think is gonna win this game 3?
I want you to flood that chat. Either Team Sexy or A77. You could just say Sexy if you want. Let us know. Jumping into this game, though, who do you think has the early game win condition?
Yeah, you could say Sexy or YBOR. They both mean the same thing. So one of those will work.
So what do you think, YBOR?
So right now, I mean, with this early game, obviously, Area 77 has the early game heroes, actually, except for Claude, but they do have an early game advantage. I would like to see them play a little more aggressive. When you have a Lily on your team, you need to play aggressive. He's a little worried about the Eve because the Eve can outzone a Lilia, but Lilia just needs to clear her lane and just go to another lane. Go to Esmeralda's lane. Go somewhere to just, and because she's a pretty fast mage, so she just needs to clear lane real quick and then head off to a different lane. She has her best is she's really good early game damage.
Yeah. Shark, though, getting tossed up here. 2 joints doing a little bit of poke damage along with Yato. Shark trying to be aggressive.
What a wall.
Keep vision, and I do like that. And as long as he can not die, which having that grok, being up against those walls, getting that passive, he's going to be real. I think we'll see that a lot from him, just kind of roaming into enemy jungle here and there, trying to slow down this Claude as much as possible.
Yeah, and I've seen him play Grok before. He's a very good Grok player. I wish I had the wall knowledge he does, because I've seen him play some amazing walls. I've seen him pin people against the wall. You know, I've seen him kill people, finish kills with the wall. You know, he's a pretty good Grok player, so I really want to see how he's gonna play this match.
Yeah. Mark Cutie seems to be doing good against Zia right now. Definitely out laning Zia a little bit, but only time will tell. We know Zia's done a great job. Even when he falls behind a little bit, he can come back mid game and just start carrying. Turtle is up though, and best player maybe getting it. He is able to secure the first turtle of the game. But this is what I meant.
That happened so quick. I didn't even pay attention.
But look how barely the gold difference is just from getting that turtle. I mean, it's almost like turtle's not as important anymore.
It is, but they all get a shield. Look at everybody.
That's true.
They all get a little team shield. They got a little shield. They can play a little more aggressive. But you're right. The gold advantage you get from it is not the greatest. But the biggest thing is that you usually get turtle and then you gank the lane. You know, which they're setting up right now to try to get the Brody.
Are we going to see them get it, though? Gauss Cutie is here to try to do something. Gauss Cutie taking the big damage. Best player locking on. Gets him down to about a quarter health. And he's got that ultimate ready. Doesn't land. Aims to the bush. Misses. But they are going to steal this jungle camp as Yato tries to slow them down a little bit. But he needs to be careful here. Let's see what happens next.
Eve is such a nuisance.
Yeah.
Wait, trying to go for the Brody.
Trying to go for Shark. I mean, Shark's taking a little bit of damage, though, a little too deep. Gets locked up. Yato pops those black shoes back to full health. Gauss Cutie is here to help defend, but still hasn't hit that level 4 spike yet. 2 joints just hanging out in the back, farming, YBOR.
Man, the issue that they're having right now, so 2 joints, obviously, like I said before with Claude, you know, he has to farm. First 5 minutes, you're not going to see him go into a fight. He may clear a lane. He may pop an ult to clear a lane, you know, just to help get pressure on it. But he has to farm. He needs Demon Hunter Sword. If he doesn't have Demon Hunter Sword, he literally just throws pebbles at you. So that's why you see him just doing nothing but farming. He's not getting into a fight. Once he gets Demon Hunter Sword, you're going to see him be more involved in fights on the rotations.
Yeah, can we point out something? This is the slowest game yet. We're at 4. Last time I think we were at 4 minutes and there was at least 6-7 kills on the board. Right now we're at 0 kills, almost dead even gold. I mean, both teams really just pacing it out, but I think it's because both of their junglers are definitely more end game junglers right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Kimmy can do some pretty good damage in the beginning. Looks like he's going for Blade of BOD first.
Ooh, Jero taking a little bit of damage here. Uses that ult to get away, but picked out of the air. Jero does go down to best player, and now Team Sexy, per usual, may try to capitalize on this. Lord is up. Nicolette gets knocked out from Gauss Cutie. 2 joints coming in the back lane, doing some nice damage on Sarvati, but not quite able to take him out. As yet, Tato goes down. The ultimate is popped. Possibly just misses, but best player right back onto the turtle. Mark Cutie, though, has rotated down. Gonna start chipping away. Does use a flicker with those torn apart memories and gets the kill onto Nicolette, evening the playing field slightly as the rest of Team Area 77 moves on to the turtle, YBOR.
Man, one thing I would say about Area 77 is their early game, just rotation, and, you know, their teamwork that they have is just always on point early game.
Yeah, they do rotate greatly, but Zia just decides to stay back and take that tower, and Team Sexy knows how to answer. A lot of teams don't know how to answer those rotations, you know? They either send someone down to follow up, but I like the calls that Team Sexy makes. They continue to play their own game and not fall into the trap of following him down. Take the death, take the tower.
Yeah, absolutely. So, bro, even though they saw Brody rotated down, like, Zia stayed up there because he's like, all right, cool. Guess what? I have a free tower. Oh, wow.
Mark Cutie goes down. Continue.
Yep. So, like I was saying, like with Clint, Zia, he's just going to go up there. He's going to farm. He's a marksman. He needs gold. So, let them have the turtle if they want it. Well, you know, they're thinking of long game as well because they are playing it pretty slow.
Oh, Zia taking a little bit of damage. 2 joints, pops that ultimate, and he's going to get knocked up and deleted. 2 joints, gets the kill. In comes the ultimate from best player, does miss, but Shark is on the trail of Gauss Cutie along with Nicolette. Will they get something here? Gauss Cutie pops that ultimate, brings back to health with 2 joints, found out under this bush, doesn't have any escape route, and is going to get eaten up from best player. A nice play from Team Sexy. He didn't
Even though he hit him, he still didn't know. If he would have just stayed there, he would have gotten, like, he would have recalled, no problem.
take the bullets.
Just take the couple bullets that he was hitting them with.
Ooh, Mark Cutie with the torn apart memories takes out best player, but gets taken out by Shark. Yato on the trail. We are now starting to see the pace of this game quicken up a little bit. Sitting at 6-3. Team Sexy does have the gold lead though, YBOR.
Yeah, and I mean, we've already seen it in another couple games, so I'm not gonna say who I think is really gonna win this because it literally could go either way. But I love the Team Sexy, how they are literally playing their normal game they always do. Even though Area 77 had the first ganks, whatever, they're just playing their objectives. Look at the top lane. Look how far it's pushed out.
Yeah.
You know, even the bottom lane's still applying pressure. Khalid hasn't really been able to get into a fight because he's constantly having to clear the lane.
Yeah, I think it was Khalid was definitely a rough pick. Look at this wall come up. Gauss Cutie stop. The turtle is going to help Jared with the ultimate in, and a nice follow-up with the throw-up from Gals. But real manipulation comes up and just starts eating things up. There isn't a death, but Surboxy goes down. Best player also taken out. Area 77 on the chase. Jero pops that second skill, able to get some health back. A nice wall to stop that second skill heal as Gals goes back to base, but they are on the hunt now. And Turret goes down, 2 joints, able to take that tower. A nice turnaround from Area 77, putting the gold lead and the material lead in their hands.
I think Area 77 is actually going to win this game. They haven't found an answer. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. They haven't really found an answer for Claude. Claude, you know, he's only 1 and 2 right now, but look at Claude's rotation. He's constantly just split pushing, getting in, and he comes into the fight late. He does exactly what you want to do for Claude. He waits till their skills are in, or that their skills are used or whatever, and then he comes in, does his burst damage, and he stays in, and then gets right out of the fight. He hasn't been CC'd yet.
Not only that, but just I think this Edith is something we gotta look at. Just she's been so pivotal. The team fights that Area 77 has won. She's done a great job of Mark Cutie taking a little bit of damage here. The wall isn't able to stop him, but Surboxy with the flicker will manipulation goes up, and Mark Cutie goes down, but a nice toss up onto them. Huge knockup, but the rest of the team isn't there to follow up, and Gauss Cutie is taken out from Zia. Man, I mean, a beautiful set, but all your team members were already dead, so they just weren't able to do anything with it.
What a play by Shark, though. He threw the wall up. They went to get out of it. Then he flickers and then ults into the wall because he knew that they were in there.
Ooh, and comes Jero, though, with an ultimate. Does get a stun on the best player. Can he get the finish? No! Knocked up from Shark, and you're just not able to output the damage. Yato has used those black shoes now and is going to have to go back to base to heal up. Maybe he stays to defend this tower. They are pushing in. Team Sexy is going to focus on this tower. Shark with the wall to slow anyone down on the gank on the side. And Zia getting a bit more poke damage, but the minions are out, and they're going to be able to make this tower last just a little bit longer, YBOR.
Man, it feels like every time I say something about Area 77, they just make me eat my own words. Like, they just get such out of position that the Khalid ult in, I get that, but he shouldn't have ulted in. He should have ulted in and then S1 back towards the tower. He tried to just get a kill there, and there was just 4 of them. And that was just a little out position by him.
Lord is up, though, now. 10 minutes into the game. Gauss Cutie a little zoned around, trying to keep vision, but all Team Sexy is here to defend. Surboxy coming around to help zone. Yato taking a bit of damage, but in comes two zones, but instantly deleted from best player. Who did all that damage?
Wow.
Mark Cutie may just be next. Now Team Sexy has put this game into their hands. What just happened there?
And so this is where it gets even more interesting. So if you look at the items here with like best player and Eve, they both have Ice Queen wand. So one thing I hate about Kimmy players is that they have also a constant slow if they keep hitting you.
Ooh, Gauss Cutie, though, taking a bit of damage. Does get the knock up on a Surboxy. They're trying to defend, but the ult comes in, and best player snipes him out. Mark Cutie on his own, trying to defend in this top lane. Khalid just sitting in a bush, trying to keep vision. The rest of the team rotating this mid. They don't want to lose that mid tower just yet, it seems. It seems like that's a huge priority for them as Yato tries to fend off, taking out these minions. But now it seems like Area 77 is a little out of position for this Lord push, because Lord is still up and crashing down.
This is exactly what Team Sexy likes to do on the Lord push. You see them, they're instantly focused on objectives. They know this Lord is not going to really do much damage with them, so it's just used as their advantage to take what they can. Hopefully they're going to try to get an inhibitor tire here.
Yeah, I mean, Esmeralda cutting this lane deep to let those minions have freedom to come into this tier 3 bottom lane tower as the rest of the team pushes elsewhere. And now they're going to probably move on to the second tower too. Zone off Jero with Shark and Nicolette in this bush, and they have completely taken all lane towers with one Lord, YBOR.
Yep, they do this every single time. Every time they get a Lord, they don't even care about waiting for big Lord or not.
Oh, coming into the base. Jero trying to stop something, able to get the stun onto Nicolette. Sir Bossy a little overextended. Road manipulation does go off, but the damage just isn't enough. Team Sexy backs off unscathed.
That's exactly. Remember when I said they picked the Khalid? Every time they picked an experienced fighter, it's just for most of their mages. Every time that Eve has ulted, you see Khalid ulting on her. I mean, I feel like that's like their job, is to make sure that Eve doesn't do what she does with her ult. Because she's pretty fed right now, and she hurts and she slows.
She's definitely a problem. And Sir Bossy, though, hasn't been as... I mean, Esmeralda normally I'm guessing this might be the time that we really start seeing her scale. I want to take a look at some of those items. She's definitely starting to be a bit bulky. Her main issue right now is definitely going to be Yato, though, on this Lilia.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you look at their two marksmen, they're already almost at 10,000 gold. So they have two marksmen that are fed going into the late game. And that's what happens when you have the two marksmen meta. If you go in the late game, this is going to be a problem for Area 77.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Two joints isn't
technically they have two marksmen
behind,
too, but it's not the same.
Yeah, Mark Cutie has been playing a great game, and maybe, you know, this can stand on his shoulders. If Area 77 can get one nice pick with Gals, that could be their saving grace. You know, a nice two-man knockup. But it seems like Team Sexy's learned their lesson from some earlier team fights and aren't pushing their luck too hard. You know, they're not doing anything too crazy. They know that they can get wiped out in one bad team fight, so they're playing it safe, waiting for the turtle. But Jero on the side, a best player. Will he get the kill? No, stopped by Shark. Big brother Shark there to help the day. Jero does go down. They're able to take out best player, but Gal's Cutie now on her own, and it's a 2-for-1 trade going to Team Sexy. Shark is always there to defend when he needs to be, YBOR.
Gal's Cutie is having a tough game. I don't think even if Rome was a good pick for them, it's clearly not working that well. They're not focusing. They're not focusing the Eve CC whenever she pops her ult. She's able to zone them out pretty well. And then Team Sexy's so good that once Eve pops her ult, oh my god, nice wall.
Oh, Yato uses those black shoes, but comes
she
back
had
in,
to.
and
yeah,
Zia
she had to.
Gets the kill.
At that point, she shouldn't even use their ult. She should have just tried her luck and tried to run away, because they knew that her shoe. They just watched her shoes. And she ulted right back to him.
Just watch my shoes, man. Just watch
my shoes, man. What are those?
Lord definitely going in the hands of Team Sexy. You know, I think Area 77 needs to start playing a bit more tight-knit. This could be the game for them. They need to let Team Sexy come to them and wait for the one nice set to try to turn this around. Yeah,
and this is what Area 77 did last game. I mean, other than they didn't get a chance to contest the Lord this time, but they need to have a really good counterattack if they really want to win this game. We know how exactly. Oh wait,
Claude just sitting here. Look at him.
Wait, what?
Look at him. What is he doing?
He's right next to him.
So lucky, yo. So lucky.
How does Zia not hear that? You can hear the recall.
I don't know.
Maybe he's on mute.
Maybe they're all talking. I don't know.
They
got music blaring in
the
exactly.
Right
say. You know, just listen to some Taylor Swift.
Exactly. Britney Spears. What? All right, here comes the Lord. The Lord's coming crashing down. I think this might be it here. I think Team Sexy is about to take it, because we know exactly. Look, they're syncing up the lanes. They know exactly what they need to do.
Lord is going to have a nice, easy availability right into this Nexus, right into this base. Sir Bossy coming in to get on top of Yato, but the Lord is down to half health already. But Sir Bossy doesn't care. They're going for all the inhibitors, and now they're making the engage falling Starmoon. Starmoon does come down, but Mark Cutie able to fend off. A nice flicker from Gal Cutie, but Shark is there to help defend. Real manipulation does go up. Jero into that backline, stops it in his tracks, but he is going to pay for this. The second skill able to make him last a little bit, but Zia's on the trail. Star and Fall Moon comes off, but Sir Bossy goes down, but two joints is a little low as the rest of the team closes in. The Nexus is hanging in there as Mark Cutie and Yato try to defend. One more minion, and maybe they last. Mark Cutie taking a little bit of damage here, but Team Sexy does not want want to back off. They want to take this game. They want to force it. Real manipulation back up. Yato pops those black shoes as the rest of the team comes in. Yato's immortality is not there. He goes down along with the base, and game 3 goes to Team Sexy, YBOR.
Wow, what a game.
What a series.
Nuts. What a series. That is... Oh, man. You know what's crazy is what happened really at that end engagement. It's the Kimmy Eve combo. Like, they could not just get it. They would engage, but they couldn't escape. They were constantly slowed. Like, it was just crazy.
Yeah, it was I think the major problem, honestly, that game, I feel like Area 77 was just really split up towards the end game.
Yeah.
Khalid kept getting caught off guard, and you know why? Every time Khalid would get onto best player, there was 2 or 3 times Khalid would like ambush best player, and Shark would be there to knock him up for that last swing of his first skill, and just he couldn't get the finish. And if some of the rest of the team was there, you know, I get that maybe they were trying to make some of these plays when they were split up, but every time it failed, and it just put them at such a deficit that they just weren't able to keep up in the end game. And I think they just need to stay a bit more tight-knit in that third game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they were out of position. I think they didn't have the comp to really go for the late game. So Team Sexy had the late game comp. Obviously, they had 2 marksmans and they had the Kimmy with the Eve. So they just had so much different type of slow and CCs going on, and then the Grok where would just counter their CCs. I mean, it's just they literally Team Sexy was just the better team out of that last match. But man, Area 77, I think they just need to work on most of their end game whenever it gets into when they're back against the wall. We've seen them come back plenty of times. We've seen them back completely against the wall and they turn it around by 1 mistake. But Team Sexy, that last push, they were not making a mistake. They were not making them give an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Team Sexy prevails against Area 77, but it's still, I mean, Area 77 definitely someone we need to keep our eyes on in these future games in the playoffs. I think next time if they see them in the playoffs, they'll definitely come with a game plan. We saw them in game 2 just boss Team Sexy around. So I mean, it's definitely, and even in game 1 they did amazing, but they definitely have a few things they need to tighten up. You know, I like the Claw jungle. I think if they really want to commit to that, they need to maybe work on some of the rest of their composition. They seem to always have one weird pick.
The Edith Rome was the problem. In my opinion, I believe the Edith Rome was the problem, and only because it just didn't work. Edith is not a good roam. She's just not a good roam. I think they just need a better tank. I just don't know what it was, because they had the Kimmy, which is really fast. Man, I don't even know. Maybe even a Brats probably would have been good there, because Brats can counter their slow. They slow them, you slow them.
Yeah,
I just feel like they didn't have enough CC to counter their fast comp that they had.
Yeah, they needed to do something different, but we'll see what they do different if they meet Team Sexy again in the playoffs. Up next, though, we are going to see Area 77 again, and this time they're going to go up against several Gosu members on the team The Valley. How do you feel about this game?
I think this game's going to go really good. Man, the thing is, I really like The Valley.
Yeah,
I really like Area 77. I liked them last season. I still like them now, but man, The Valley is a really good team.
They're definitely they're monsters.
Yeah, for sure.
Eugen right now has just been tearing things up. Basic tearing things up. I mean, the whole team. Yuzi in the gold lane. I mean, I've seen Yuzi annihilate teams on that Brody. Just a complete monster. A wonderful hero pool from all the players. Definitely another wall. And Area 77 definitely isn't the same Area 77 that we saw in Season 1. They definitely are running some different comps. They have the new jungler on their team. So they are still a strong team, but can they keep up with the changes that they've made? Can they keep up with these other teams who have been staying solid?
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm not sure. That's a really good question because I mean, we know they're a really good team. I mean, you can see it with game 2 how quickly they can turn a match around. Um, and it's just that there's something that's holding them back to their true potential. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but I think that they'll figure it out though. I think near the end, it's either that or these other teams, they know Area 77, and they just know how to counter them. I think that they just need to work with what they got because it works. But yeah, these outrageous picks, some of the outrageous picks that they're going for is just not work for, and they're getting counterbanned as well too. So like you saw when they had the Yuzong, it was a much different fight where they were able to control fights. The third game, they just couldn't control any fights. They do really good in the first 5 minutes, but then they just fall off after that.
Yeah. So I mean, I know that the Valley is another aggressive team, especially if Eugen can get his hands on that Selena. If they can play some of these really get in your face heroes and try to get some early picks, they're a hard team to go up against. My thing with I feel like Area 77 has been bringing, especially with the jungles they've been picking. We saw them early on kind of pick some of these late game comps up in like day 1 against Brotherhood. I think that might be something that maybe they should just keep working on and like maybe just try to be more of a late game comp team. And if they could make that work, it could be something that really heavily counters the rest of the league.
Yeah, a lot of these teams here try to mix it up, obviously where they can have like an early mid game and then have that, 2 players to dominate for the late game. But I think they just need to either do a tunnel comp where they just have their one carry, just kind of like be able to do his thing. But the problem with tunnel comp is that your side lanes need to hold their own. The reason why a lot of other really good teams can do so well with just like with their hyper jungle being able to carry is because the side lanes can hold their lanes. So if you start losing the side lanes, then it gets downhill from there. But yeah, I really are interested to see this match of how the Valley, if they were watching Area 77, if they're gonna do the what was it? Chow Haya Sicilian ban right off the back.
Yeah, I mean that definitely.
I feel like that's hurting Area 77.
It is,
honestly.
Gals is an amazing Chow. I think Gals and Yato are definitely like 2 of the pivotal pieces of the current Area 77, and I think Jero in that off lane has a little bit to work on. I think Marcuti I mean, maybe it's just because he's up against Zia, but maybe you've been taking some time off, but there's definitely a few things that some of their other players I think need to work on and bring to the table, and also just their drafting. I don't know, man. I feel like they've been definitely picking some off-brand picks, and maybe that's what if they're gonna do that, do like what some of these other teams are doing. You gotta do it right, man. You gotta do it right.
Yeah, just stick with what works. I mean. Like I said, like they're still a good team. I'm not gonna say they're not a bad team, but I think they made some key draft errors, and I think that once they get that going for them, then I think they're gonna. I think when it comes to playoff time, they're gonna get their kinks worked out, and then they're gonna show some strength in the playoff time for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we have time while we're waiting for the Valley, and we are going to let Area 77 sit for a second. We don't want to throw them right into a game, and we're getting the Valley into this game. I want to take a second to give a big thanks to all the people who are supporting the league right now, all my mod staff, the casters, the awesome graphics designer, all the other people who are helping out. Thank you all. And most of all, I want to give a big thanks to our major sponsor this season who has sponsored the whole prize pool. And that is United Farmers X. They are a cryptocurrency company who are completely transparent. They have huge things to be able to help you learn if you're new to it or want to get involved in it and want to just make some passive income. If you got $100 that you're able to just not worry about for a while, it's something you can invest into and turn that 100 into 150 or 200 or more as you want to invest more. If you don't know anything about cryptocurrency, feel free to join their Discord, go to their YouTube channel. All of their links are down below, and I can guarantee guarantee you that if you ask questions in their Discord, there will be people there to help answer them. So thank you, United Farmer X, for sponsoring the league this season, and I hope that that you stick around and keep supporting. They've been a huge supporter for grassroots movements, and they also help out charities and other things. So make sure you check them out before the stream's over or after the stream. So yeah, thank you, and let's get ready for this game, YBOR.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think we're doing a ping test first, right?
We will possibly do a ping check first. We're just having I think the Valley's just getting their team together, of course, because of the delay of the first game. Everyone's probably a little delayed for the second games. Area 77, of course, ready to go. So I'm ready for it. I'm super ready. At this time, if you guys in the chat have any questions you want to ask us, feel free. We can only talk about Area 77 versus the Valley so long. So, oh, we also have memberships now available for the YouTube channel. You can also do super chat, things like that. If you want to join a membership, it's like $2.99 a month to help support the league. We also have the GoFundMe. You can type !donate, and it'll take you to our GoFundMe, which has everything mapped out of how the donations go. Some of it goes to, like 20% goes to the casters, 10% goes to the graphic designer, 20% goes to my mod staff. The money does not all go to me, I promise. It's for the people that technically work for this league for free. So check it out. You got anything, YBOR?
No, I'm just reading your chat right now. What's going on, chat?
What's up, guys? Trex, I'm good. I'm good.
It's so funny that no matter what league or who team's playing, somebody always wants to bring up Mobazane. We get it. Mobazane is a beast. All right, we got it. We know.
Oh,
We got it.
you gotta love those cam boys and girls always jumping in the chat. Never fails.
So,
right.
The match coming up. Someone kicked that guy. I got us in. Hey, the match coming up. Who do you guys think is gonna win between the Valley and Area 77? I'm pretty sure a lot of people are gonna say the Valley, but I want to know why.
I feel like, so Area 77 beat the Valley in the finals last season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Valley got second place. Area 77 took first. But like I've been saying, Area 77 is a slightly different team this time, and the Valley's held strong. I mean, they're still basically the same exact team that we watched last season, and it looks like they've only gotten better. Towards Area 77, kind of looks like they've declined a little bit. I think the Valley definitely has a strong opportunity of winning this game, personally.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, like I said, I don't really count Area 77 out because like game 2 of that last series showed exactly why you don't make a huge mistakes. You need to be on your P's and Q's against them. First game, once they got that Lord, they were able to micromanage and get almost all the towers. Game 3, same thing. They need to figure something out. Either you need to contest the Lord and try to steal the Lord, or you need to say, all right, we're going to lose this lane, but we're not going to lose these lanes. Like, you know what I mean? You can have like 1 or 2 people go for the purple, the small Lord, and then you put 3 people on a lane to make sure you don't lose lane, because every single time that's what ruins them. They lose the Lord and they just get all their towers just get demolished.
Yeah, I think and they need to kind of figure out how they're going to deal with some of those when the Lord push is coming at them, because Team Sexy was just eating them up, and every time they got a Lord push, they got everything they could out of it. So I mean, I think that's another thing Area 77 needs to work on, is just defending those hard pushes, deciding who you're going to put in those off lanes. And we've seen Area 77 do so great at counterplaying and pushing and map control, and yes, they have a slightly different team, but the knowledge is still there. You got Yato there, you have Gals Cutie there, you have players who have played for this team for a while, who know the knowledge, who know the strategies, and I think it just comes down to incorporating that into some of these new team members.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll get there. By the time playoff time comes around, they're gonna be a whole different team, and then everything we said now is gonna get thrown out the window because they may make it all the way to the finals. But it's not gonna be an easy road for them because there's some really good teams this year in this league. You know, and if they get paired up with a team that's not so great, you know, they may get a free ride. But eventually, they're gonna go against one of these good teams again.
Hold on, we got to give a quick shout out. So if you guys want an instant shout out, donate to the GoFundMe. We've had a lot of people donate, but we just had a huge donation of $300. The donation is anonymous. It is a private donor thing, so I'm not going to say the government name. There is somebody claiming in the live stream, but I can't actually say it's you, so I don't know. But we just had a huge $300 donation, putting us at $850 for the GoFundMe. Again, this gets split up between everybody. If you guys want to support, feel free to jump in there. We have a $1,000 goal, but I've always had a feeling that we're going to pass that up. My goal is honestly $2,000 in my head, but we wanted to keep it reasonable at first. So thank you for the $300 donation. That is huge, and I'm sure all the casters, mods, graphics designers will appreciate it.
Wow, is this mostly Gosu?
So a lot of, even though like you see TV, like Guapsi and Arvel are technically the Valley, I have a feeling that the Valley has officially become like the second-hand Gosu team, because all of them have now officially changed their name to Gosu Guapsi and Gosu Arvel and Gosu this. Yuzi and Yujin are both have the Gosu tag, so they are part of like official runner Gosu members, but
who also lost their verified as well.
The verified account hacks are real right now.
Oh, they're no joke.
It's hard out here for a verified squad, man.
It is. You need triple protection, bro. You need double fingerprint and retinal scanner.
Huge. So we do have these teams in the lobby. I think we're just getting the last ones up. Both teams, we're just waiting for one member. I'm telling them, come on, let's do this. All right. The Valley is essentially, I mean, like I said, there are some, I mean, General's not here, the General's not here, you know, some other members aren't here, Hoon's not here, but I think most of the players who, like, compete in Mobile Legends tournaments right now are here. I think General's kind of taken more of a more of the father figure, you know, he's the one watching over everything, but all the other members are here and ready to play, man.
The Valley versus Team Sexy for the finale. I'm calling it. Wow, it's pretty steep.
The Valley versus Team Sexy. What about TSU?
Yeah, what about TSU?
Hold up.
Like, TSU's really good.
TSU has been a Latam team, and they've kind of flown under the radar. They were in some of the original MLB North American community tournaments and stuff like that. But I think the past years, then they really stepped up their game, and they've definitely become a threat. I put them in top 3 right now.
What's the current? Where'd you put the current standings at? League announcements.
I don't know. Do I have the current standings up? Let's check if it's correct. It's almost correct. I think I'm missing last week's game, so my standings are not right now. Yeah.
I mean, you're saying you're not including TSU, who hasn't lost a match yet.
They haven't lost a series.
They lost one game. That was it. Other than that, they 2-0'd everybody they went up against.
Yeah, TSU they're monsters. They're big boys. I've definitely put them in the top 6 for the finals. I still put Area 77 in the top 6 for finals. You know, things like that in the Valley. I think the open spots, like teams that are hit or miss right now, Brotherhood, Aether Explicit. I think those are 2 teams that are going to kind of battle it out for that 6th spot. If Area 77 lose this, they might be on the lower side of the top 6. So we're going to see how Taste the Rainbow does next. Deuce Knights, you know, some of these other teams that are going to fight it out for that top 6. So it just kind of depends here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, we still got a couple more weeks. Oh, not a couple. We still got a lot more weeks left for the end of the season. So I think these standings could change any moment. No, we're still waiting on one more.
They got 5 minutes. We're going to give them 5 minutes. Area 77 is ready to go at this point, and they're the ones who just played a game and needed a break. We're giving the Valley 5 minutes to get their 5th member in here. It's going to be a forfeit, which we would hate to see, but...
All right. Can I step away in for...
Yeah, feel free to.
Be right
Feel
back.
free to step away. Grab me a water while you're at it.
All right, I'll be right there.
Poon was under the registration for the Valley, but he has not played a game yet from what we know. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if he's actually going to show face, honestly. I'll get to 300. KS with the huge donations. $100 donation. 100. We've had $100 donations. $120 donations. Nathaniel Lane with the $100 donation. We do officially have membership up. I will have logo stickers in here before the week's up. Thank you for the super chats earlier, guys. I appreciate it. Like I said, man, this has been a grassroots movement. We broke 400 views tonight, which is huge for the league. So yeah, we appreciate everyone. I know that right now it's like, oh, why is this game taking so long? But once again, remember, for M3, we waited like 40 minutes on a waiting screen with Harith jumping around in a video to see the next series. So please be patient with us waiting on these games. I can put it on a waiting screen if you guys just don't want to see my face that bad. We're doing the ping check now.
Your team is banning.
Even the strongest of
Your team is banning.
Team Sexy definitely brought in some views. I think a lot of people were just hype about the Area 77 and Team Sexy game. Like, not just Team Sexy, because I don't know how much the views are going to come back for the Team Sexy versus the Kingdom, but I think a lot of people were just hype about that game right there. Team Sexy versus Area 77. I mean, that's a big game. That's a big game. We don't need Moonton for MPLNA. We have Trex. We're working on it, man. We're working on it. Bring a muse, Trex. What do you mean by a muse? Please elaborate. Is there an Aether explicit match today? There's not an Aether explicit match today. If you guys want to,
Wait for it.
if you want to check out the schedule so you know when your favorite teams play, all you got to do is type exclamation point schedule and click the link.
I am the moonlight that breaks through
Your
the
team
darkness.
is picking.
We are doing a ping check right now.
Still
Your
swords
team is
run
picking.
deep.
He meant bring back Isaiah. She doesn't want to cast. I would love to have some diversity in my casting pool. Have a female caster on here and stuff, but it's right now we're working on training casters and getting a solid crew together. Ben will not be casting as much as he was anymore. Tank dropped from the casting, so I mean it's just hard to get a solid crew of casters. I'm always down to accept new casters. If you guys have recommendations, feel free to send them my way. I'm even down for working with new casters and teaching them and making them better. So my favorite jungler? Oh man, that's hard, honestly. In NA, like,
Your team is picking.
my favorite, or who do I think is the best? I think Zane is one of the best, but my favorite, honestly, I pay more. I hate to say it, but junglers aren't as, I feel like junglers aren't as important anymore and don't make the huge plays. Right now I feel like the meta heavily relies on gold lane, mage, and tank. So those are some people I can tell you who my favorites are.
Ready?
Your
go.
team is banning.
Let's go.
Forget about casters. Get some cosplay. Send them my way. We'll be glad to put them on stream. All right, let's not bash any casters. There we go, YBOR. They're telling us that they want more female casters. Typical. We're not good enough for you. YBOR's not good enough for you. Oh, we can't hear you.
There, how dare you guys?
There we go. We're the two sexiest casters in NA right now.
Exactly. What's wrong with you
We're
guys?
all you need.
Female
Jemic
casters.
is a good caster, and we're actually supposed to be getting him. I just haven't. He's just on European time, and it's hard to line something up because when these games are going, it's like 5 a.m. for him or like 3 a.m. for him. So I've done work with Gimmick before. When I first started casting for the NACT, I actually used to practice cast with Gemic. Me and him did a couple practice sessions. Assassin Dave, but he's playing Pokemon Unite right now. I also wanted him to cast, and I talk to Dave regularly. He's like, every time I need help with something or I want some advice on something, I reach out to him sometimes, and he's always there to answer questions. But he's just a busy guy.
Yeah, I also try to reach out to Batoski as well, but I don't know. Maybe if you could try to have Dave reach out to him. I emailed him twice. I don't know if he like watches the emails, but he's also, he's a YouTuber. I don't know how he feel about casting or not.
Yeah, and he won't show face either. So, I mean, I would put Batoski on and not I would definitely I've even said it. If you're a great caster, if any of you guys in the chat right now, you think you're an amazing caster, which I'm gonna test you, we're gonna cast over a practice game. But you feel like you're a great caster, even if you don't have a camera, if you're good enough, I'd put you on without the camera.
Yeah, we'll put a picture.
Yeah, we'll just put a picture of we'll put a picture of a female and just say,
yeah, here you go.
Thank you, Will. We appreciate it.
Oh, thanks, Jonathan. I think I'm a solid caster.
YBOR is one of my. I think me and YBOR, I love casting with Ben, but there's just a comfortability when I cast with YBOR. I feel like we joke a lot more. There's just one day.
Yeah, Ben is too serious. Ben's a trash caster.
Nah, Ben's a great. He's one of the top
I'm just kidding, guys.
casters.
Me and Ben are good friends. So.
But I think there's just a slight comfortability I have with YBOR. I think when we cast, we joke. There's a easiness about it.
Yeah, you guys don't understand. It's just a Florida thing. You guys just don't understand.
They don't understand.
They don't understand.
One day when the league becomes huge and I'm able to pay YBOR a full salary, we'll just bring him on the team permanently. Yeah, when I can give YBOR $70K a year, he'll join, right?
Yeah, that's still too low.
Oh, God. But you'll do what you love, man.
I do what I love now at work, but I get paid a lot more than that.
You're right. I'm letting them know, stop dicking around.
Frizzy knows an hour, I'm down. YBOR is hot. Thanks, Vin. Appreciate it.
Cardi is the best caster. Cardi would get my league canceled if I let him cast.
Nah, Cardi would be an amazing caster. He's so New York. I love Cardi because he's just so New York. I'm from New York, and he's so New York. If you don't know what a New Yorker sounds like, listen to Cardi. I don't even know if he streams anymore, but that is 100% New York right there.
Yeah,
Sin knows what I'm talking about.
He's full blown. It's true.
Yeah.
And I would love to have Hoon as a caster. Someone reach out to him.
No, Matt just didn't play. We're just doing ping test.
They know I'm here, guys. If they wanted to, they know I'd let them on in a second. I just think a lot of them don't. They're just not feeling it, and it's cool. I get it. We're still small time.
Oh, Didi said that YBOR with makeup could be a great female caster. To be honest, I don't even know how to take that. I don't even know if that's a compliment or not.
All right, we got everybody in. Ping check is up.
I guess Basic's good, right? He wasn't in that ping test.
Yeah,
So I guess he's good.
They sacrificed having Basic at the ping check to buy time to have him make it to the game. Okay. That's what they just did there. But we're gonna start this. Let's go. Game 1, Area 77 with first pick, first ban. What do you think we see here?
All right.
Back to game. No more chat.
I gotta high chat because this is exactly what Sid said. Crack me up. So first ban here. I don't know. I think they might do a safe ban here. I think they may get the jungler out the way. or at least get their focus ban on that. If not, or whoever they don't want to go up against. Lately, maybe, I don't know if they'll ban a Lolita. I don't know if anybody on their team is really good with Lolita, but Lolita is just a good pick. Valentina is a safe pick. They've been banning Valentina almost every match.
Yeah, I think that's just, the only thing about maybe they just don't have a Valentina player, but I think when your first pick, you'll want to leave that open. Let the enemy team waste a ban on it. Use your ban as a target. And that's like what we saw Team Sexy do last time. They targeted it instead, and they let Area 77 ban out all the broken OP heroes, because you're first pick, so you have the availability to do that.
Yeah. And let's see if they still follow Team Sexy's pattern here, and maybe they may give them the picks that they've been winning for. Do we see a Chow? Haya?
Time to go to
Lily's a pretty good bet.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Valley, Team Sexy wasn't as worried about Lilia, but I think the Valley, I don't know. Team Sexy is a different breed. They're just so different in the way that they handle things in the map and everything. But I think the Valley doesn't want to have to deal with Yato and Lilia at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lilia in general. The Selena ban. I think they've been doing their homework. Yeah, they've been doing their homework for sure. They know that they were playing Eugen. Well, I think it was Eugen, right, that did the Selena roam, and it worked very well with him.
No, Eugen, he normally just does Selena mid lane support. He may have done roam Selena when they were like trolling or something, but when they go up against a team like any top team, Eugen's mage all day, and his Selena is 9 out of 10 arrows, godly. I think he's honestly one of the best Selenas in the league, if not all of NA.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there goes the Chow ban. So it looks like these teams really have done homework on each other. They kind of just know like who they don't want to go up against and who do they not want to give to the other team.
To ruination.
And we'll notice here if this is a Haya ban right here, and then we know they did their homework. If not, I'm pretty sure they're gonna go for a Haya pick first.
We'll see.
Or Clint.
I'm wondering.
But still leaving a lot of people open. Glue hasn't been banned. There's just a lot of what's so much different about these tournaments and about these focus bans, is that you start seeing a lot of people that you don't normally see in rank. Like when I play rank, Valentina's banned, Glue's banned. Who else? Clint gets banned a lot. And when you do here, there's the Clint ban. It's actually a pretty good ban.
Yeah. Though, I mean, at the same, maybe they didn't watch the last game, but Area 77, I don't know if their gold laner just doesn't feel super comfy on Clint, but they didn't really make it a prio pick even when it's unbanned. That Esmeralda, though, is always going to be a prio pick when it's off the map first.
Absolutely.
Mitsuke gets it in. How does the Valley answer back? They have 2 picks coming in here. I'm wondering what they're going to do with this.
Yeah, I really wonder what they're going to do here at this back. Because, I mean, Esmeralda is just, she's another picker ban as well. And almost every match there's Esmeralda involved at least. And she's just really good, and she scales so well into late game. So there's definitely going to be a guaranteed pick there every single time whoever has first pick. And that just gets that side laner. So now you already know a side laner's down. Like, do you start picking your other lanes and then you can pick your side laner later? Or maybe try to get, like, Kagura's a good pick here because she is the #1 mage main right now.
Ooh.
I thought that's weird. Oh my god, I thought he picked Uranus, but I've seen it before. I've seen a Uranus destroy Esmeralda in an experience lane, which is weird because Esmeralda is a counter.
And it's been happening like since season 1. It was happening all the time. Like, yeah, she won a little bit in the early game, but by the end of the game, Uranus always ended up coming out on top against the Esmeralda. So, but it looks like they decided to lock in this Alice instead. Prio.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they're Area 77 is taking a play out of Team Sexy's playbook. They're going with the Lolita, the Eve, and the Esmeralda. So right now they have the 3 top heroes that work well together. They have a good control with Eve and her ult. They're going to be worried about that Aulus, because even though Aulus not that good at first in the beginning, but he scales very well. And once he gets to that mid game, he's going to destroy the Esmeralda. That's why Team Sexy banned it last time, because they know that Aulus can easily burst down Esmeralda if she gets Esmeralda calling an ult.
Yeah, I mean, so we have seen Alice one time so far in this
Your
league,
team is
and
banning.
it was when I was casting with Exire, and we were like really hoping to see him at his full power, you know? We really wanted to see, but we didn't. He was very underwhelming once again, so I'm hoping this time the Valley playing him can really... I want to see some crazy end game, you know, mid-game Spike Alice just shredding through people. It's exciting to watch. We haven't gotten to really see him to his full potential just yet, and I'm hoping this might be the game we see that.
They're saying that Alvaro is Hoon.
I don't know.
I don't think Hoon picks
Your
Raffaello.
team is banning.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Arvel's not Hoon. I hate
Yeah.
to say it, I'm sorry. I would love to say yes and just be like, yeah, Arvel's Hoon, guys. Come watch the league. Hoon's playing. But
Yeah.
no, Arvel, I talked to Arvel on in Discord, and I'm pretty sure it's not Hoon. And there's 2 separate IDs registered for Arvel and Hoon, so yeah, sorry, guys.
Yep.
I would love to lie to you all, but I'm not that guy today. I live a different life. Here comes the web chat, girls.
I got it.
It's so nice having
Your
someone
team
else on
is
chat with
banning.
me who can help with this stuff. Another
Well, it's-
YBOR, just become a full-time caster, man. Just do it. I'll split the whole league with you 50-50, man.
No, I'm good, man.
Everyone who wants YBOR to join the team and just really do this full-time, let us know in the chat.
So I would love to, but
Yeah, I know.
I have
I
life.
know.
I got a busy life, guys.
So
So-
Hayabusa getting taken off. Uranus taken off.
It's so weird that they would ban Uranus. So I don't know where all this gonna play because his emblem's not showing up. I don't know if they're trying to do all this jungle or if he's gonna play that experience lane. If in my thought, I think they may do
Your
an all this
team is
jungle,
banning.
and you may see another experience lane get picked here.
Yeah. Gold laner gone. What's left for Marcuti to pick? And my next question is, are we going to see 2 joints once again go for this Claude that they keep working with?
Papa and Koopa are the best.
It
Your
wouldn't be,
team
at
is
this
picking.
point, with the lineup that they have, it wouldn't be too bad of a pick here because they actually do have the CC and everything to help him really thrive with that ultimate.
Depending on what they pick now. So with the Raffaella, if the Raffaella is really good, and she can time her ult whenever Claude comes in. Oh wow, never
Your
mind.
team is picking.
Looks like Basic is
went ahead
doing
with the
it
Claude. Yeah.
in the gold lane.
He may have picked that just for they won't pick Claude.
And we have seen Basic use this in the gold lane. It didn't do horrible against... they went up against Insomniacs. They did end up losing that series, but I feel like they should have won the second game. They really whiffed and just had like a really weird composition, and there was a lot of kind of issues with that game, so
Your
it's kind of
team
up in the
is
air on who
picking.
really should have won that series. But Basic does make this gold lane Claude work sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going with the 2 MM meta for sure. The Roger's going to do really well early in the mid game, and he can scale. If he gets farmed, he can scale pretty well. But they have 2 really good late gamers as for that Bruno and the Esmeralda. So I think Area 77 right now has a really good lineup, and I really am curious. I don't know who they might go for here. I think they're trying to decide if they want to get more CC or more stability with like Damus that they had hovered over. But I think they're gonna lock in this Ruby here so that way they can get more CC. Yep. So they're going the more CC route as they can. And it is exactly probably what I said. So Alice is gonna jungle because that's why they picked that Ruby up. And Alice jungle is actually really good.
Yeah,
The thing is, the first 5 minutes he's just gonna farm.
Yeah.
You're gonna watch him. He's not gonna get into any fights. Even if he hits 4 first, he doesn't really do that much damage in the beginning. He can use his ult to help zone or slow somebody down so everybody else can do it. But you're gonna see him farm as much as possible. He needs 2 items to be relevant.
In the mid game, yeah, I think he'll do really well against the Roger, against the Esmeralda, possibly even getting in onto Lolita when she tries to do something. So, because Roger's got to come in, and not only that, but I think we got the Ruby, we have this Raphael with the Holy Baptism, Kagura with even more CC. I mean, definitely some big possibilities, some big play possibilities from the Valley right now, but only time will tell as we jump into game 1 of Area 77 versus the Valley, YBOR.
The battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one, I wonder how Area 7 is going to play this, because before they usually play pretty aggressive in the early game and try to get the oppositions, but they just came off a loss. They might play this one just a little bit slower, because I'm pretty sure they want to come back from their loss and get a dub for at least this match.
We are going to see some lane cutting here in the top. We're going to get Gal's Cutie to level 2 as fast as possible. A nice play from Area 77. It's what we saw Team Sexy try to do against them last game, and they paid the price for it.
Yeah, and that's great. So they're taking away Alice's jungle here. It's interesting because I would think that they would try to harass his red.
I mean, anything they can do, right? Like, maybe they don't want to push too deep and be too crazy, but they definitely was a nice play. And now we are seeing Lolita zoning Guapsi, slowing him down as much as possible here. I love this from Area 77 right now.
And this works for Area 77 because, like I said, Ollis he's a mid to late game hero. Early game, he doesn't really do that much damage. So he can harass him all he wants right now. I can see right now he's trying to... calling on him.
He is getting that retro back in time. In comes Eugen, though, getting some nice poke onto Gals, gets them out of that bush, and Guapsi does secure his red buff, but it was definitely a slow farm, and Roger is slowly climbing ahead right now.
Yeah, and I think they should have collapsed a little more. I feel like the Eve should have came up and helped with that harassment to kind of force him out the lane, like the Kagura and the Ruby and stuff. But as you can see, he's just right on top of him. Not even worried about all this at all.
Ooh, in a bit of a bad position here. Does get locked up from Gal's Cutie. Gosu luckily comes in to try to help, but Area 77 definitely feels like they're controlling the map state in the rotation. Back in the top, though, Gosu gets stunned down. Mitsuke with the Falling Star Moon onto Gosu. He's a little bit low on health here, but the finish does not come in. But still, Area 77 holding strong. They did get a first blood. I missed it. It was on to basic in that gold lane. Down in the bottom, though, Marcutie goes down. It's a trade. Gold laner for gold laner, YBOR.
So once they saw that Ollis was level 3, that's when you see Rogers going for the turtle, but I think they should have collapsed on him. They knew he was rotating the blue. I think they should have just collapsed on blue because he wasn't level 4 yet and try to harass him as much as possible. But really, they're going to secure this easy turtle here.
Oh, we have asked for a pause from basic. We're going to give them a quick second to figure out what's going on. Maybe it's some phone issues, something along those lines.
Do I get an iPhone? You must have just Android issues, you know.
All right, they're ready to go. I'm guessing there was just a quick something going on. We're going to jump back into it. At this point, though, I definitely feel like Area 77's controlling the map state. Do you feel like they're taking control of the game, or do you feel like the Valley's starting to kind of turn the tables and kind of fight back when it comes to map vision and everything?
Yeah, I think they're doing good on vision. I think the leader's doing very well on trying to zone out where they're at. But I think that they should dominate. So they have the early game, Area 77, but they're just not dominating. But I think it's because they, like I said, they lost the last match series. They want to take this a little slow. They want to guarantee to win. And I think Arvo's out of it? No.
What happened?
He's good. No. I thought Arvo was about to get picked off, but they're still just seem to be taking it really slow.
Oh, we do get a nice pick on a basic. He's able to figure out, but Marcutie gets a finish with that ultimate, chasing him down. 2 joints on the run, though. Goes to Eugen, takes out Gal's Cutie, but Marcutie gonna fire back, able to get a nice pick almost onto Eugen, and that was my bad. Gal's Cutie goes down. All the cutie names can get a little confusing sometimes, YBOR.
yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, so the Raphael was a lot of position. I thought they were just gonna go push for it, and then they just instantly went on basic, which that kind of blew my mind. I thought they were just gonna play it safe, but then they did commit to the basic and was able to get the pick on basic, which is good. And that rocket shot, even though he flickered, it followed him all the way to his death.
Is that what that's called? Rocket shot?
I don't know. I make up names. I don't know any
Bruno's
of the skill names.
I need to know it. I'm working on memorizing them all. There's still a few I'm not totally up to date with yet.
But yeah, he shot that ball and he flickered out, but he already shot it, so it would follow him all the way down, and he was already one shot, and that's how he died so far away.
Oh, Gal's Cutie on the run. Yujin comes in with that ultimate, gets a nice damage, but Gal Cutie with the flicker goes to Yujin, looking a little low here. Mark Cutie really putting out some nice damage on this Bruno, not something we see a lot, but in comes Yato with the World of Manipulation. Basic takes some damage. The rest of the team trying to close in, but goes to Guapsi coming in with that ultimate, coming onto Yato, slowing them down, but the rest of the team is picking away at this tower. Basic hits that ultimate, trying to slow them down. Mark Cutie knocks him against the wall, and they keep the pressure on as two joints comes around into this tri-bush, trying to maybe get a pick here, not quite able to, but while this is all happening, Mitsuke chipping away at the gold plating of this mid-tier 3 tower, YBOR.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think they're just poking. You can see Area 7 playing a little bit more passive than what they normally are. They're not playing as aggressive as they was against Team Sexy, so they're just kind of playing their game in a slower pace.
So Turtle goes to the Valley, but in the bot lane, two joints able to take that gold lane tower, and my guess is what we're about to see is Marky to rotate up, but he hits that ultimate. The rest of the team tries, goes to Yuzi, does hit that second skill to slow them down a little bit, and right when it looked like Area 77 had a nice bushwhack there, they're forced to retreat back because 4 members of the Valley are ready for the fight.
Yeah. And those are just little engagements. So one thing I noticed different with Area 77, which is great for them right now, they're not overextending. Last game, they were overextending a little bit too much. You get a little bit too aggressive, and Team Sexy down. And this one, they notice a fight. They notice if they can or cannot win the fight, and then they will go back if they can't win it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams definitely just playing it safe. It hasn't been a crazy engage, but even the small engages we have, both teams have done a great job at disengaging, re-engaging, not overcommitting. Goes to Arvo though, takes some damage, uses that Holy Baptism to send them back as both members flicker out on the side of Area 77 back onto the tower, and that's exactly what I mean. The engages and then the disengages are just so well timed.
Yeah, but look at the bottom tower though. I think they're just chipping away at the objective a little bit, because even at top lane, the Ruby's been cutting.
Wait a second, Yato hits that World of Manipulation, but isn't able to get Ghost to Yujin once again. Guapsi, though, taken out from Mark Cutie. A nice play, and the recalls come out, boys.
Yeah, and that's why Eve is such a hassle. Like, that's why you either need to ban or pick Eve, because if not, like, it's just going to be ridiculous. She can zone out. Her ult is so big and puts you in this box where you're going to get stunned, slowed, and hit at the same time.
Yeah, not only that, but Bruno, who hasn't really been huge in the meta, is definitely farmed right now, looking strong. He's got that Berserker in, working on Endless Battle right now. He's just starting to hit harder and harder. Two joints going a little deep here, taking the damage to get locks up with that I'm Offended, followed up by the Holy Baptism, and taken down. Now, it looks like the Valley's trying to turn this around, but while this is happening, they are able to take that mid-tier 3 tower. Mitsuke looking like a wall right now in the middle of all 5 members of the Valley, but here comes Yato with that World Manipulation, trying to zone off this turtle. Goes to Yujin and Guapsi, both taking the damage. Basic trying to defend, but Gal Cutie steals and secures the turtle. A nice play as Basic starts taking a little bit too much damage. Mitsuke with the Falling Star Moon right onto Yujin and takes him out. Guapsi on the run as Area 77 takes this chase, trying to take another member of the Valley down, YBOR. Ooh,
oh no,
almost
man!
With the flicker play, but not able to secure.
They were so
going to cut this
low.
lane and take this tower.
They were so low, and then that Rafaela just sped them up. If they did not have Rafaela, that would have been a triple kill right there.
Yeah, that was close. I mean, but Area 77 are now definitely taking control of this game, YBOR.
Absolutely, and they're playing much better together. They're rotating very well. They're picking their fights very well. You know, they're not overextending. Roger was a little overextended, but to counter that, they took away 2 to their 1, so it was a pretty good trade-off. And they are playing much better.
Wait a second though, Goes to Uzi coming in, misses the I'm Offended, but Yato does go down, but Galskitty's here with the Newman on blast, and it lands. Down goes to Yuji. Who will be next? Mitsuke in the back, they're locking on a Basic, he's forced to flicker out, tries to use that ultimate, but he doesn't use the ultimate, he saves it, and he goes back to base, back to the fountain, gets some health, and once again, Area 77 seems to be on top of these team fights.
Yeah, and they're even though they're losing one, but they counter that, so somebody's going to get sacrificed, either be out of position, but then they definitely jump on who jumped on their over position person and will take at least one of theirs. They're doing 1-for-1 trades for sure.
So we're coming into this 10-minute mark. Let's take a look at some of these items after this quick little disengage happens, and let's see exactly where everyone's at, YBOR.
Yeah, absolutely. And having it up, so you have a couple of items. Kagura already has her core items, so she's going to do some damage. Aulus already has Windtalker and War Axe, so he's now going to do a lot of damage, and it looks like he may be building either Blood of Despair or Maleficent War. Depends if we see another blade come up in there.
And Bruno, though, right now with 3 items deep right now. I think he might be is he working on what's it called, the Meteor? But wait one second, a big fight. Road manipulation is up. Ghost Yuzi taking some damage, taken out, and now they might be moving on to basic. He does go deep, uses that ultimate, but he's just not doing enough damage. Mitsuke on his trail, and right before he takes Yato, he goes down, and now Marcute's on the chase. Arvel under the base, trying to go back under the tower. Guapsi just seems not to be able to help. The Valley needs just a little bit more time to get these items in, YBOR.
Oh man, Yatatsu was right there dead. He saw his 2 teammates was right there. He started recalling right up on the cloud because he knew that he was going to die. That basically was going to die in front of him. What an engagement by Area 77. I mean, these fights, even though it seems close, Area 77 is controlling this match. It may be 7-6, and but they have a almost 5K gold lead, and they're just controlling the map. I wonder if they do what they've been done to them. They use this Lord push right here to control these objectives and try to stop it. So you can see here where the Valley, where they are ignoring the Lord because they don't want them to lose it. This is what
Area 77
this is what Area 77 should have done.
Yeah.
They wait till the Lord gets really close to them, and then they can focus on Lord, but they need to protect their other towers.
Yeah, and they just lost mid lane, so now that's not going to be pushing. Top lane and bottom both coming in. The Valley doing a nice siege defense currently. In comes Guapsi. He's going to melt down this Lord, and now the rest of the team, it looks like all they're going to be able to get out of this push is this tier 2 tower, but it might be enough. They are pushing this, maybe waiting for an engage. Mitsuke is waiting to possibly use that star and follow when she has it ready. Tries to land on a basic, misses though, and isn't quite able to connect, so she runs out from under the tower, and now they're gonna have to fall back because they just don't have the waves, eat up at the jungle, and wait for next Lord or a mistake from the Valley.
Yeah, so Bruno actually was building Athena Shield. He just got Athena Shield, and that's definitely for Kagura. I think Kagura was hurting him a lot, and since you notice that Kagura has her 2 core items, so she's gonna hurt a lot. So he built Athena Shield to help with that. And so did Lolita, but they are working. They're micromanaged right now that they're doing. He's at 10K gold, Bruno, right now.
Yeah.
10K gold.
Yeah.
Like
he's scary.
He's so fed. He's not even the jungle. He is so fed.
I mean, and gold laners normally nowadays do have more gold than the jungle, but like that right there that's
Look at their zoning right now for Bruno to push that. They are literally zoning everything so Bruno can push that tower.
And look at Mitsuke ready to help defend. He's going to lock in on this tower. Basic trying to do something, but he's in a bad position here. He's going to get shot down. He's going to get taken out. 2 joints secures the kill. YBOR. But they wait. They keep on going, and they're chasing down Guapsi, using that first skill to try to run away. Now they're going to move over to this blue bush, but a nice play coming from Area 77.
Who did they replace to sub in Misuki?
You're talking about...
I don't know who they replaced.
Jero got replaced.
Okay, because it's working for them. Whatever they changed, it's working for them.
Arvel caught up in the Numenon blast, followed up by Yato's road manipulation, and the rest of the team is falling down. But Mitsuke shredded up from Guapsi. Team the Valley is not trying to give up this fast. They are at least responding well in these team fights, even though the gold deficit is huge. They don't want to lose this game. They're defending to the best of their abilities, YBOR.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is a much different team in Area 77. They're completely controlling the map. They're controlling the jungle. They're controlling the lanes. They're zoning very well. Their marksman is so fed, and that's scary. Like, I don't even know how they're going to be able to stop Bruno. They're all protecting Bruno because they know that he's going to be the most damage.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the
how
next
do they
match
deal with that, and you can't get
right
in.
now with their current comp,
they can't. He just gets locked up every time he runs in.
With the Lolita and the Eve, that's such a crazy combo. And if you give somebody Lolita and Eve, it's almost GG's, because just the simple fact of Eve's ult and then Lolita will follow her ult inside Eve's ult, it's just, you know, you're stuck in this box, and then they have two marksmen that's just gonna go in and just dominate and just melt everybody.
Yeah,
they don't have a strong front line either. They don't have a strong fighter other than Ruby and all this, but even then, like, the Ruby's not sustaining as much as they would want.
Oh, here comes a conceal play, but he does get locked up by that holy baptism. But Otsuyuzi instantly deleted as the Lord crashes down. Another inhibitor taken out, and I don't even think they're going to rotate up for this top one. They're going to try to push. In comes the Falling Star Moon onto Eugen, and he's taken out from Arcuti. Guapsi trying to defend, take out this Lord. He does his job, and he's back to the base, but minions are now on the Nexus, and it's just getting chunked out from Arcuti. Look at that damage. Game 1 may go, but no, the Valley turning this around. They got a little too deep and just couldn't finish off the Nexus as 3 members of Area 77 are taken out. All that's left is Yato and 2 joints, and the Valley are going to try to make this push happen to their advantage.
Oh my god, they had it in the bag and they didn't focus the Nexus. They're going for kills. You just need one person to just fight them and get tower hits while everybody else, while Bruno focuses the tower.
Oh, Guapsi though doing some big damage with 2 joints, also doing some back. They want to try to finish, and a nice kill. Basic into the back line, but the Winter Truncheon does go up, but he gets taken out anyways. Just not enough time, but here comes 2 joints. Overextended, thinking he can get the kill to pop that killing spree, but he just can't, and he's taken out. Area 77 falling apart
This
at the
is
15-minute
now
mark.
this is going to be a problem, because now Allus is full items. Allus is going to hurt. Allus is going to have a bunch of spell vamp. Like, this is going to be a problem now. They should have ended when they had the chance. I wouldn't be surprised if now they lose to the Valley because of this.
Yeah, I mean, look at him just chunking away. This is where you don't want to be. 16 minutes up against the Allus. Not only that, but he's got Gosu Arvel behind him with that heal, with that speed up. I mean, Area 77 definitely still has the time to pull this off, but that clock is starting to tick, and it's getting close to 0.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it seems like the Valley is having the upper hand now.
Just a little bit. Mitsuke taking a bit of damage. They're going to chip away at this tower. Gauss Cutie does get the stun onto Guapsi, though. And they are trying to respond. Gosu Eugen taking a little bit slow. Mitsuke with the Fallen Star Moon. But Gosu Eugen is able to go back. But here comes the World Manipulation. And down they go. In comes the Newman on Blast. Falling on 2 members, Arvel and Guapsi. May just be going down here. But the heal is just too much. The sustain just can't be taken down. As Basic, though, caught up on his lonesome. Mitsuke with another Fallen Star Moon ready to lock down. But Basic able to flicker out. Trying to come back in. Doing some nice damage onto Mitsuke. It's a 1v1, but here comes the rest of Area 77 chasing him down. He's trying to survive. Another flicker, but taken out from Mitsuke as Gauss Cutie zones in on the rest of them. This Lord is up, and it seems like Area 77 does have control to possibly take it, YBOR.
I don't know what Basic was doing out there. Obviously, you know, his damage is not there, and he's just a little bit overextended. He shouldn't be initiating the fights. He should be waiting until Allus or the Ruby initiate the fight. Because if you look at that fight, B was all the way over there. Allus and Raffaella was just chilling, looking at Lord. Like, I don't understand what he was trying to get out of that engagement out there.
Yeah, that was definitely, I mean, yeah, Eugen coming in with definitely a little bit of a misplay, a little bit of miscommunication there. The thing is, Guapsi can melt this Lord if they can get the time. The problem is Yato's got the real world manipulation ready to go. They have no inhibitor to slow it down. So the question is, can they make this play? Goes to Eugen, caught up again, taken out, and there goes your Kagura, 2 joints with a nice concealed play coming from Gauss Cutie, but it bought them just enough time for Guapsi to melt down that Lord. Once again, Mark Cutie does take the inhibitor. It's a 4v5. Can they finish? Yato has not used that real world manipulation yet. I think he's waiting for this last push of minions to come in, along with Mitsuke's Fallen Star Moon, and the combo is there. They land on a Yuzi. I'm offended. Locks on a Marcuti, and they're able to get that kill. No, he comes out. Gauss Cutie taking a bit of damage with Guapsi on the run. Real manipulation does make him force out that immortality, and Gauss Cutie gets the finish, but immortality is there. The Nexus is taking some damage, but it's a 3v2 right now. Can Area 70 finish this? Do they want to try to force it with 2 cannon minions, or wait for this next wave? Mitsuke with the Fallen Star Moon does come down on top of Basic, sending him back to base. The Valley does not want to give out just yet. Waves of minions crashing in. Yato gets picked off, and the Valley defends another push from Area 77, YBOR.
Oh my god, they just need to end. They're not ending. They need to finish. They're letting them come back. Eve ulted, and I get it, they were fighting, but they need to at least get someone on Eve. Eve did a full ult. He stood up there for until his ult ran out. The whole time.
Even when he didn't need to anymore.
Exactly. What is it, like 25? I think 25 hits you can do on it. I can't remember. I don't know. I only have like 10 matches with Eve, but it's a long ult. And he did it the whole time. He CC'd him. Nobody even paid attention to him. You got to get that Eve. At least just knock her out the ult, because she has her ult's a pretty decent cooldown. You knock her out the ult, she's not going to slow no more.
Guys, Cutie runs right into a holy baptism. But, I mean, you're tanky right now. You can handle that, and you just got vision for your team.
Absolutely.
Wait a second, Eugen coming back in. This time he's not overextended though, and down goes Gal Cutie. Guapsi's starting to delete these people with the speed that we know Alice has, and this time it looks like the Valley is going to have control over this Lord Pit, YBOR.
Yeah, so it's late game, right? They have Alice and Claude, who are very good late gamers, and I don't think Area 77 is going to win this one, honestly. I think if they need to get a really good engagement, they need to get 2 good picks to end this. But if you look, they've already set up at Lord. They've already zoned out for Lord. And Alice is going to burn this down quick. Alice does so much damage right now.
Yeah, and he can do it alone while the rest of the team just sits in these bushes like we're seeing. And Eugen is going to be great for that. But 2 joints with the engage. Arvel responding back with the Holy Baptism. But this may be the opportunity. Mitsuke coming in with the Falling Star Moon back into that back line, trying to disrupt. But Guapsi does get the lore. Real manipulation comes up on a Yuzi. Can they get a kill here? He is taking a little bit of damage, but Arvel's there to help heal and help speed up. But they are now in the chase. I think Area 77 knows they need to try to engage us, maybe take the play. They do have a miss Holy Baptism. Area 77 does have some towers to defend here. Can they last out on this Lord push, YBOR?
Yeah, I think it's late game. Watch, Bruno's gonna burn this Lord down right now, real quick. They're all gonna burn this Lord down real quick. Well, they're coming in, but they should just burn this Lord down real
quick. They do need to be careful. Here comes a flicker play from Gauss Cutie, though, onto the team, slowing them down just a little bit more. They just need to watch out for the I'm Offended from Gosu Yuzi. In comes a road manipulation. Mitsuke taking a little bit too much damage here. I'm Offended locks on, and Guapsi gets the kill back into this fight. Lord getting pushed through the map. Yuzi does take a little bit of damage. The immortality does pop, so he's still in the game. 2 joints on the run. Gets slowed down, but he's going into a bit of a death ball here, and is deleted from Arvel, and now he's on the chase mark. Cutie doing some nice damage, but all this maybe just to buy some time and defend the Lord push. We are going into possibly a 30-minute game here.
Yeah, it might be, because that Roger, he was completely overexcited. I get it, the chase, he got a little bloodthirsty. He was trying to get that ruby, and he should have known that the rest of the team was right there. Oh
my god, even the tank taking big damage. Newman on blast to slow him down, but in comes Eugen with a nice pick. The immortality does pop, so he's not onto a death counter just yet, and they're going to be able to buy some more time and defend. My guess is this middle tier tower does go down here, but still not an inhibitor taken down, and they will have wave control with the super minions going towards the Valley here, YBOR.
Yeah, and hold on 1 second. Take this spammer. Yeah, and I'm telling you, Area 77 had the chance to win the game, and they just went for the kills. So now it's too late in the end game. They're focusing more on that.
Here comes that Falling Star Moon though, onto Eugen, onto Arvel, but the heal is still just so much. The rest of the team needs to get in and try to get a pick. They need to take out Arvel. I think it needs to be a major target for them right now, YBOR.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they need to take out Arvel. And they can't focus Alice first. He's just gonna take too much to try to get down right now. They need to get their support heroes out the way and then focus on everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough game, I think, for Area 77 to try to finish this. But we know they do have the capabilities. Anything can happen here. Here does come a big play. And they do get the kill on to Gosu Yuzi. Road manipulation's up. Eugen may just be next. Mitsuke does miss the Fallen Star Moon, though. They're walking in, trying to push a bit more. They have taken out Guapsi, a major threat for them. But in the bottom lane, Basic is out of this fight, pushing away at this bottom lane tower. No. He didn't even take it out. He was just pushing wave here. And at this point, Area 77 is going to have Lord Pit control. Can they take this here without any retribution on the side of the Valley? I think so, YBOR.
Yeah, I think they'll be able to take this lower. Oh my god, that
I
was
thought
so
they
close.
had it for a second. I lost my breath. Eugen tries to come in, does pay the price. Arvel and Eugen are taken out, and there's no immortalities left. A nice try from Eugen with that flame shot. Basic chasing down Two Joints, though. Is he going to be able to get away here? He's down to sliver of health. A nice flicker from Basic. But wait, Two Joints tries to outplay. Not quite able to. Mitsuke coming in, but there are minions in the top lane. Goes to Yuzi, able to take out Marcuti, but he's a little health. The immortality is there, and Marcuti says, no, I'm going for your base here. Basic in the mid lane, taken out. A wave of Lord and minions coming in. Only 2 members up on the Valley against 4 members of Area 77. This could be the game, YBOR.
This should be it. We need to end this. They need to end this.
They need to. It's 25 minutes. We're ready for game 2 already. In comes Gaskuti with the Newman on blast. Down goes Yuzi. Guapsi is next. Immortality does pop. He's going to try to defend. But with this, the base will go down to the Lord, YBOR.
Good job. They should have ended it 10 minutes ago, but I mean, it was a rough one for them. I think that they need to
Victory!
make a decision. You know, when you're in a league, you know, stats are cool, but you need to end the game quick. You have the opportunity when they had minions, Lord at the base, they were trying to kill the other team. All 4 people, your three damage dealers, just focus the base. You can have your mage do the zoning, you can have your tank do the zoning, but your 2 other main damage dealers need to just focus the nexus and just get the game over with. They almost lost that, all because of that mistake. Good thing they did turn it around with that last Lord secure, but they almost lost that because of that mistake. And that's same thing what happened with Team Sexy, is that they were losing because of mistakes like that. They need to just work on that.
Yeah, let's see if they can. The Valley definitely, like you said, small mistakes, little things that really kind of set them back. Eugen getting caught up. They only, honestly, they only were able to come back in that game because of their end game hero picks. And that, I mean, you can't just rely on that. Like and even with them definitely having the possibility to like win out in the late game, they still weren't able to keep it together. Let's see how this comes out for game 2.
How do real quick, how do you ban somebody? I can only have timeout on YouTube. Is it just only timeout?
I don't know how to ban people on YouTube, honestly.
I'm trying to just ban that guy so you don't come back, but he comes back after his timeout comes up.
Yeah, it might be in my in somewhere in my settings or like in my studio, but honestly I don't know exactly how to ban people out. There's only an option for like timeout, report, and hide user on this channel. I guess I could do that.
Yeah, it is that hide user. The hide user puts him on a block list.
All right, ready for game 2?
All right, now we know how to ban you guys, so
tighten up.
tighten up in chat. Nah, chat's been good today.
Chat's been awesome today, man. It's been a great stream night. It's probably been one of my funnest stream nights I've had in a while. So this time, the Valley is going to have first pick, first ban. I'm wondering if we're going to see some slightly different drafts this time. My guess is Eugen is getting swapped out right now for Ballot. So maybe they just feel like he's a little off right now. They are making a switch real quick. Ballot coming in. I'm excited. I wonder if it makes a huge difference here.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting to see how they're gonna play this out. I think they felt that Area 77 to control most of the map, so I think they do need to make an adjustment. And I'm not sure what Ballot's gonna play on who he's trying to focus. I think the sub that they did for Mitsuki is a great sub because they just seem to play better.
Yeah.
With this comp. The problem that I have though is that they just need to learn to end it when they can. They can't drag out the games, especially against a team like this. Like teams like the Valley, Team Sexy, TSU, they can dominate on your mistakes. So when you do a mistake like not ending the game right there when you should have, you saw they almost lost it. They came back. They took all their towers. They grabbed the next Lord Valley. They almost won that game.
Yeah, off of just
Ares-
them not finishing.
Your team
just from
is
not
banning.
finishing. So you need to end it when you can, and but I think this match is going to be a lot different because they did play a lot slower, and they were waiting for the teams to build up, but they let their late game heroes build up, and it was dangerous for them.
Very dangerous. So I wonder if we see something similar from the Valley this time, with a nice late game jungle. I think Alice definitely could have prevailed there, but that was risky, because they, like you just said, Area 77 probably could have won that game on that one Lord push. So I think the Valley maybe should just go for what we've seen them do, nice early game aggression. It seemed to work very well against Area 77 with Team Sexy. Because I feel like Area 77's used to being the aggressors, so when someone else is able to flip that on them, it seems like they just kind of don't know what to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when they get counterattacked, it's almost like they crumble, for sure. And then it takes a lot for them to pull them out of it. But they're also very good counterattackers too. As we saw that in the second game of the first series, that they can dominate on other people's mistakes as well.
Your team
And they
is
are not
banning.
sticking away from their plan. They do not want to see a Valentina at all.
All right, I banned my first person. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, this time though, I think the Valentina's worth it because they're not first pick, and Eugen's not here anymore, but still, Valentina's just. I don't think we're ever gonna see her play in this league. I'd love to. She's a fun mage to watch just because she's so aggressive and bouncing around. She's a little hard to cast, especially when she turns into someone else, and you're like, wait, what? What just happened?
Yeah, I love picking Valentino when I go against an Akai.
Justice in the world.
So Akai pops her ult, and I just wait it out, and then I come in and I pop mine. Now Akai ult. she is pretty broken. I don't understand what Moonson was thinking about making a character like that. As someone who steals other people's ults,
Your
like
team
what?
is banning.
It's definitely a little broken. I mean, whenever she first came out, I was like, stop. What are you doing, Moonton? You just really want to destroy everything.
Yeah.
Get this out of here. And it just goes to show. And I think I was talking to Phantom the other day when we were casting. I was like, the thing is yes, they could nerf her. But the problem is you to make her not... I don't think she'll ever be balanced. She's either going to be so nerfed that she'll never get picked, or she's like just broken. I just feel like there's no in between for her.
The other issue is that you can hold someone's ult for the whole match. You don't even have to use it. You can get someone's ult and then you just hold it. You can pop it whenever you want. There's no cooldown on it.
Dude, that's just...
If they maybe put a cooldown on that ult, where it's like, all right, you get it, you can hold it for like 45 seconds, and you have to use it before it goes on like an actual, cooldown.
We'll see. Looks like
It's like a double cooldown.
Ghostly takes out Phoveus this time. My guess it's gonna have something to do with their picks because they didn't ban it last time. But Chow is still taking off. Lilia still taking off. So this is the only real switch up we see right now.
Oh man, I didn't pay attention. Who has first pick? Is it the Valley?
Yeah, the Valley has first pick.
So they might go for a Haya here, or a Lance.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a pack.
Something with a lot of dash or Wan.
I'm wondering to see.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what they're going to
Area
pick.
77 off because they're like, what do we ban?
Your team is picking.
Yeah, they're trying to. I mean, I would have tried to ban. I mean, yeah, they had the first pick, so they took away the Esmeralda because, Clint. Yeah,
Your
Clint was
team
open.
is picking.
Yeah, it's open. Take it. I don't care. I mean, even though we haven't seen it shine that much today, I still think it's one of the most broken marksmen in the gold lane right now. Mitsuke hovering over this Saber, though.
The troll.
Is it?
Not who he's picking. That's
Gold
not
lane?
picking Saber.
Gold lane Saber?
Not picking Saber.
EXP lane Saber? Support lane Saber.
Yeah, that's exactly who you want. Lolita. And Kagura.
But Eve's
I do
open.
love that skin.
You better.
Is that a
bring in
collector
the-
skin?
They can't see the skin. Stop talking about it. The viewers can't see the skin right now. But yes, they have free. The coolest thing about the tourney lobby is you can rock any skin you want. You don't have to own
Oh, I
it.
thought all these people were just really rich.
No, they get to you can use all skins are open in the tournament lobby.
That's cool.
Fight for my
That's cool.
dreams,
Oh, I said the Paquito was coming.
family,
Yeah.
and the persecuted.
Why didn't he lock in the Eve though? I just felt like it was if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man.
My fight.
Well, they don't have to lock it right now because they already picked a girl.
Yeah,
So they don't
I
need to
think
lock in a mage right now. They can lock in
I'm saying,
other
I think
players.
Area 77 should have locked in the Eve instead of the COG.
Oh yeah. Even Lolita was working very well for them with the zoning.
But you are up a game, so maybe try something else here.
I mean, Kagura's still good with Lolita. Her burst damage is nuts. So
Your team is picking.
Her burst damage is nuts, and
This
it looks
might
like
not-
Ballot's gonna take it this time.
yeah. So in
Eve's
that
been
last game
game-changing.
when I said that Eve had the whole time where he was able to use her ult, the next time Eve ulted, I saw Rafaela instantly ult her. So it was like they're listening to me. They took my advice.
Yeah, it's all
Like,
you, YBOR.
Yeah, when Eve ults, you need to
Your
just at
team
least
is
CC
banned.
her, and then you can ignore her. Whatever, then fight.
Roar.
But you can't just let her stand there and just ult.
Yeah, it's true. Marcuti, I mean, I do like the Brody pick. Marcuti actually was bullying, was it Zia in the gold lane when they were running, I feel like for a little bit on the Brody against the Clint, he was doing, Marcuti
the
was doing
second
really
game.
well. So we know that he's got the capabilities to do that. I'm wondering why they've been focusing this Lolita right now, which means they know how good it is. They should have never let that Lolita fall into the hands of Team Sexy that game one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and not only that. So right now they have 3 CCs. And I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for a full CC comp except for the jungler.
Wherever I go.
Your team is banning.
Ooh, Rafaela. Are they really worried about Rafaela?
I
They
mean,
they-
it almost
I
won
mean,
them
they
the
do
game
have
last time.
They do have a Paquito, and it's not only, and he's pretty fast without Rafaela, so adding Rafaela would make him extremely even more fast. So that's actually a pretty good ban. I understand
Yeah.
that ban.
I think it's a great band, yeah. Not only that, but we know Arvel's nice with it, and right now Gosu Yuzi's sitting on this Paquito. Are we gonna see it as a jungler? My guess is we most likely will, but it is still in a sense a flex pick. They can put it in the XP lane. It hasn't been as popular in the XP lane, but it's still possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder who they're trying to think right now.
Your team
Kufra.
is banning.
There goes the Kufra. It's just what they. Area
Maybe
77?
Ling? They could get Ling
I think
right
they're
now,
just
or
focusing
Fanny?
on. I think they're just
Maybe they
focusing
could-
on Arvel right now. It's just targets for some of his hero picks that are good.
I know, no. I'm just trying to think of who they would try to go for because they need a jungler. And looking at their picks right now, they can. I don't even know if any of them, 2 joints is good as Fanny. I mean, he's a jungler main. He has to be I feel like at a mythical glory level, if you're a jungler main, you have to know Fanny in a certain aspect.
I really don't think those are like counters for their jungle.
Your team
I
is
think
picking.
2 joints is. I liked it.
Haya, yeah.
There's that
Your
high.
team is picking.
And he does. If Yeho does, I know he changed his name to 2 joints, but Yeho does have a nice Haya. He is leading right now for most kills in the league. Yes, Area 77 has a few extra games than everybody else, but he's doing well with it. Yato with most assists in the league right now. We know his high is pretty good. He's had some iffy games, but that was against Brotherhood, and it was his first league game, so I think he was still getting his grounds. So I'm excited to see how he plays with this. I feel like high has kind of fallen off a little bit personally. What do you think, YBOR?
Yeah, I'm not really big on the Haya pick, but it could work. With Diggy did get a buff recently.
He did? Diggy?
Yeah, he did.
Ooh.
Diggy got a buff. So they can't use no new heroes, right? So there's no Yin and there's no Melissa.
No Yin, no Melissa.
Okay. Yeah. I really don't know. Don't know how I feel about Melissa yet, but I wonder how this is gonna work. So the Haya would definitely be good against the Eve and the Clint. I don't know. This is gonna be a rough one. I think they should go with another CC fighter, not Dyroth. I think if they just keep like 4 CCs and Haya, it would be good.
Yeah, I mean,
Because Diggy's ult, yeah, it sucks because they have Diggy's ult, but you can bait out, like, at least one of them can bait out Diggy's ult.
yeah, but they don't. I mean, all they have right now for heavy CC is Lolita. And yes, they do. I mean, Yato, you can bait out the ult with that, but I feel like most of those are going to come at the same, like, the combo is to try to get that, you know, those ults at the same time. I think the Diggy pick was decent. We have seen Diggy be game changing at the right time, so.
Have you played the new Diggy?
I have not.
It's pretty good.
Is it?
He doesn't have a counter on his bombs anymore. It's just a cooldown. So he can spam bombs. Mid-late game, he can spam bombs.
Yeah, there's no count. So I actually did read the patch note. And then also he gets like stacks when the bombs hit, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah. So mid-late game, he actually does a pretty decent damage. It's interesting that they would go here because, I mean, you can still play him like support, but now you can spam bombs instead of before where you only spam like 3 and then had to wait.
We'll see how it goes, though. So if you had to pick a team that won this draft, who do you feel like, YBOR?
Honestly, I would say that the Valley kind of won it, just honestly because of the Diggy pick. Definitely counters all of Lolita and Kagura's, and they're all. So if this Diggy is actually a pretty good Diggy, I would say the Valley won. But I would say in the end game, Ares and Museum won. They definitely have more late game potential, not so much early game potential. But I think that's what they were going for here.
Well, only time will tell. We're jumping in already. Shots are being fired. Diggy lane bombs. Excited to see exactly how this goes here. Especially with it's rare to see both teams play assassins.
He's just spam bombs now.
Dropping them. I'm excited to see how this Diggy actually works, and if it ends up becoming something we see all the time. Early game, he is going to have some nice damage. We are seeing a bit of a fight for this Little Wander. Guapsi taking a bit of damage. 2 joints coming in. Can he get the first blood? He doesn't, but he's definitely going to possibly send him back to base. No, he just goes on to his red as Gallus Cutie comes to make sure that Arvel does not bother 2 joints too much.
Yeah, and I like that. It was just a little pressure to get him to hopefully either recall to get him light and low. Obviously, he didn't have to recall because he wasn't that low, but that was the whole point why they were being so aggressive on the lands. Because if they get him low enough, he can't continue jungling because the jungle's going to kill him. He'll have to recall. So it was a pretty decent delay that they tried to do.
Yeah, and over in this bot lane, Mitsuki goes to Yuzi, just kind of trading blows. Yuzi tried to get the lane cut there. Mitsuki saw it coming. I don't think we're going to see too much action down here early on, but in this gold lane, Basic is starting to take some damage. 2 joints does have the ultimate. He zones in, may just get the kill. First blood going to 2 joints onto Basic, YBOR.
Yeah, so like you said, they gave him Haya, right? This is what everybody else was banning Haya, not giving it to him. So now we get to see him play. I'm guessing that's his main. Haya is his main?
I'm pretty sure Haya is one of his mains. Every time he plays it, he's done pretty well. So I got a feeling we might see a high kill count coming from 2 joints this game.
Yeah. Paquito did get the cut, so he can actually come over and help out with the turtle right here. With the lands. And I think they're actually probably going to secure this because everybody else is still on top.
This tower, though, looking a little low. Can they finish? Ballot comes in, gets stunned, taken out of that world manipulation. Golf Cutie is there to help, and all it's going to take is 1 shot down the line to take that tower. So I feel like we can kind of already call that called. But wait, Ballot taking some damage coming in from Arvel. Yato able to get a stun, and Ballot goes down. The torn apart memories almost takes out Arvel, and now they're going to come in and take out this tower. Guapsi trying to come in around the back, maybe get a kill, maybe get a play. Basic goes down to 2 joints ultimate. Yato forced to flicker. Guapsi on the chase, and Yuzi is here to catch off Yato. 2 joints may just be next. He uses that retry to slow them down, but is taken out. YBOR.
Yeah, what a good rotation. So Uzi actually cut the experience lane from all the way from the inhibitor tower, and then he was able to rotate all the way to the top to try to help out with the fight. And, you know, he's losing a lot of gold right now. He's giving Mitsuki a lot of gold. But that was a good rotation and try to at least secure those kills on the top.
Yeah, they did a good job. I mean, definitely just even things out a little bit. Wondering, hold on, I got the wrong. Oopsies, sorry guys. I missed all those fights. Keep going for a second, YBOR.
Alright. So play-by-play. So the experienced lane, they're still just punching each other in the face. Nothing really happening there.
Is that how you play-by-play? I'm back. Balak gets taken out by 2 joints. A nice dive under the tower. This is why we don't let YBOR play-by-play.
Nope. Nope. I'll do the analyst though. I'll do play-by-play. But yeah, that was a very good. So you can definitely tell right now with 2 joints, he's very comfortable with his hero. Obviously, his ganking is amazing, and when they gank, it's not like he just goes ganks by himself. He actually just goes, waits for the tank and the mage, and they all gank together. He waits for the CC, waits for the other big damage. He'll go in, pick his target, make sure he gets the marks on who he wants to, and then ult on him.
Ooh, a nice
he's a really good
engage
high
from Yuzi on a Gauss Cutie, but the damage in there. In comes 2 joints, hitting that ultimate, doing a little bit of damage. Able to flicker out back to the turtle. And we see Diggy waste his first ultimate in the game so far. Gives a little bit of shield. Mitsuke zoning off, hits that warrior, and able to come down onto Yuzi, but he's not able to get a stun onto quite anyone. And Guapsi steals the turtle.
Oh, Guapsi stole the turtle.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Yeah, everything was happening so fast. I didn't see exactly who got the turtle, but yeah, that was a really good steal by that. I thought Area 77 was gonna have the turtle in the bag, and I didn't see him come out of nowhere and steal it. Oh,
Mark
wow.
Cutie with a beautiful outplay, flickers to the right to dodge Lancelot's ultimate, and then tags a nice tag onto that Diggy and finishes him off with the torn apart memories. Now the rest of the Valley coming in.
Blue team hero has
There's a
been
problem. I
slain.
fixed it. I had the teams mixed up on the top of the screen. Area 77 comes in to clean up a little bit more. YBOR.
So the only thing that's bad about the new Diggy is that you can't do feeding Diggy strat no more. So his stacks thing, they get reset every time he dies. So feeding Diggy is actually no longer relevant.
Hold on, we might see a concealed play here. Galscuti tries to come in, gets a stun onto Guapsi, but they're not quite able to finish. Gets some more damage on that tower, though, and at this point, the Valley is losing more and more tower material, but a nice ultimate coming in, and they delete Guapsi, taken off the map. Mitsuke gonna cut this wave and take that bottom lane tower.
Yeah, and they should do a trade here. Obviously, they're pushing the top tower, which is exactly what they need to do. They already got ganked on the bottom tower. Why not? They need to push the
Blue
top
team
tower.
turret has been
Yeah,
destroyed.
but they all just leave and leave Basic alone up there. He may be able to take it, but in comes Gals to try to stop him, and he's not going to be able to take this tower, YBOR.
No, yeah, that was bad. They should have stayed a little bit longer to try to just take the tower and then rotate and get out of there. You know, if you lose a lane, like how they got ganked on the bottom, they need to retaliate and gain something else in the map.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Turtle is up, though. 2 joints coming around the back. Galscuti comes in with a stun. The ultimate does come in from 2 joints. Doesn't get quite enough damage. Arvel uses that ultimate maybe a little too early, but does get some shield off. And in comes Mark Cutie and Galscuti with the double attack. Guapsi taking some big damage, forced away. But once again, Guapsi secures the turtle. A nice disengage and turtle for the side of the Valley there.
Yeah, and this is definitely becoming a different time fight there. Even though that the Valley is up by 3 kills, I don't know. I do really feel like that. I'm sorry, that
Area 77 is up by 3 kills.
Up by 3 kills. I feel like the Valley is definitely like controlling the map a little more. They're controlling the objectives and they're controlling the lanes a lot more.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to, you know, see. They have lost a lot in these bottom lanes, but in the past minute or 2 or 3 minutes, they're starting to kind of get their grips on the map. And I just feel like, you know, asserting a bit more of a presence, even like looking at their position right now, sitting in this red buff jungle, being a bit more patient, not as spread out as they were before, and they seem to actually have missions now.
Yeah, absolutely. Interested enough though, this Paquito is actually doing a very good roaming around and picking his targets, putting so much damage on like
As you're
that.
saying that, he gets a pick on a Yato, and 2 joints a little overextended under the tower, but Galscuti with the re-spawn, not able to land down. Mitsuke doesn't get the stun either. A bad whiff for both of those ultimates as 2 members go down from Area 77.
And this is where Area 77 lacks or it gets trouble, and when they get their back against the wall. You know, they just kind of crumble a little bit, and they got to find a way to, you know, come back from that and not getting these positions.
Yeah, they have to play. I feel like their defense is a little weak, and something that they kind of need to work at. They do so great being the aggressors, but once they start to fall behind, and like you said, they get pushed, you can kind of see them kind of fall apart a little bit. And I think at this point, the Valley needs to capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they definitely need to capitalize it. I think they need to get more aggressive early on. They were a little aggressive early on, but they need to maintain that aggression. They can't just let up.
Valley takes another tower here. Now they've taken a 3k gold lead. Gauss Cutie with the conceal play, maybe going for something. Does get found out from basic, but then comes Mitsuke with a nice flicker ult. Arvel takes the damage, but the high of boosted damage isn't enough to get a finish anywhere. Mark Cutie with the torn apart memories does almost take them out, but he gets away with slivers of health.
Oh man, that Paquito damage though, he is definitely hurting them. He just comes in and does a couple punches and takes like half their health, and then the rest of the team kind of just tries to dominate on top of it. They need to find something for this Paquito. They almost had him. That pick right there, Paquito would have helped a lot. But that's the thing about Paquito. He can hit his S1, get into defensive stance, and just run away because he's so fast.
Yeah, he's going to be a tough one. As long as he can keep getting around in this back line and messing up Yato, trying to come in on Mark Cutie, it's something that, you know, Area 77 doesn't seem to be prepared for currently. They don't really have much to stop him except for Gauss Cutie, and they have to use Gauss Cutie as more of the engager right now, so she's always at the front.
Yeah, this is... I'm not sure now what they're really trying to like set up. I mean, Haya's doing his little split push, and I think they're just zoning that lore to see who's gonna get it. I think the Valley knows that if they get a Lord, they can do what the Team Sexy does and try to get a couple towers out of them from it. And I think the Area 77 knows that too, because look, they're all coming to the Lord because they don't want them to get a Lord.
Speaking of it, Arvel does get locked up from that stun, forced to use that Diggy ultimate so that he can stop the CC, and they start pulling Lord over.
This is when they need to start getting aggressive. Diggy doesn't have an ult right now.
Yeah, but they've used up 2 of their ultimates. Or 3 of their ultimates. Hayabusa doesn't have one either right now, so I don't think they really have
Lolita has an ult. Kagura still has her ult.
It's true. They have to do something, but I don't know if they want to push it. Wait a second. They try to come in. Gauss Cutie with the Newman on blast, but gets taken out from Basic so quickly, he can't even finish. Basic does take a stun. He is taking some damage, but Yato is going to be taken out from Gosuyuzi. A nice re-engage to the re-engage that Area 77 tried to pull as 4 members go down, and the Valley stands tall.
Oh, I think we're going to get a Paquito ban next match.
We might. I mean, that was rough.
I have an answer right now for Paquito. He is coming in, doing damage, and he's tanky. See what items he has right now.
I mean, there are some answers for Paquito. The Ruby does well against it. A few other picks can do well against it. But right now, they just have no peel for that backline at all. And their comp is so divey that they just can't hold someone back to really defend.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way how Area 77 is playing right now, it's just kind of crazy how they just play like how aggressive they were playing last game, and then like now how they're just like, I feel like they should just play more passive. They're not finding those picks, and then maybe it could also be that the Valley is not overextending as much as they were last game. Last game they were overextending so much. Like Basic was overextending so much, even multiple times. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you there? This game they seem to not extend so much, and that they also have more tankier players that are overextending, but they're just for vision, and that's it. Like the Paquito. Paquito can get, he's pretty much like a tank as well, because he's getting up in the front line just to see where they're at, and he can escape very well.
Yeah, and then they get the vision from Arvel with those bombs. I mean, a different comp, and they're definitely running it well. And they're able to play patience well. They're able to, keep on farming, but at the same time, not be too crazy. I think the Valley does this very well at just kind of, I think they know they have the lead. They know they also have endgame insurance with Clint and, and Paquito and Gosu Ballad on this eve, so they don't need to try to rush this to a quick finish right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they need to try to get more. The problem is that they can't get that close to them because the Eve will ult, but then Bakito will zone them out because Bakito will ult and CC them. You know, and or if Lolita's coming on ult, the Diggy, their comp is actually working very well for them, believe it or not, with the Diggy as a tank and support.
So
right now, they're still just
they're patiently.
They're just being patient. They're just waiting for a mistake. That's all they're doing. They're waiting for a mistake. If I'm Area 77 right now, I would just, you know, I'll play the waiting game. I would just try to clear your lanes when you can to force them to split, like how Lance is on the bottom. See, right now, they see Lance is by himself. So this is when they know that they need to get a little more aggressive.
And it looks like that might be what they're doing. Basic taking a bit of damage. Mitsuke with the dive in. Not able to connect, though. Gauss Cutie getting pulled back. And in comes Yuzi straight to that back line, as we've been seeing him do. And now, at this point, Area 77 knows they're found out. They decide to opt back, clear this wave, and try not to lose another tower. And, I mean, I also like the placement of Area 77, keeping Mark Cutie down here, trying to control the waves. But now, the Valley knows that that Area 77 is split up, and they're going to try to make a play on to this Lord YBOR.
Yeah, they're playing very patient right now. I think it's going to come down to this Lord. Whoever's going to win this Lord pick right here. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a big fight right now.
And comes 2 joints. He does have Retribution ready. The Numenon Blast lands, goes to Ballot, puts up that real manipulation. And it is a battle of Retribution. And Guapsi is one. He's also taken out. Yato, 2 joints, goes to the death, goes down. And Mitsuke in the back line, all alone, able to take out Arbel, but he's going to pay the price. And Guapsi gets the killing spree. Moving on, Lord crashing down. 3 members of Area 77 gone. Can they defend this push, YBOR?
I don't know if they're going to defend it. I think what's happening is the Diggy is very patient. He's not popping his ult until he sees Lolita ult. Before, when they were able to dominate, what they were doing was they were... Oh, Lance.
I thought he was down too. I don't think Gauss Cutie had the first skill cooled down. In comes the Numeron Blast, but he doesn't have the flicker, so he can't do a cool engage. Now they're onto the base. Real manipulation goes up, and the Nexus goes down. We're going to game 3.
When you're at when you have Lord at the Nexus, you focus the Nexus, and it goes down so quick.
I mean, and I think also we saw a good use of that world manipulation towards Yato. I think used it a little too early last time, and he wasn't able to get the base inside of that. And that's the thing. If you can get the Lord to the base, pop up that world manipulation to just surround the base, it's almost a guaranteed take.
Yeah. And that's Eevee's ult, right? I don't know.
Yeah, Eve's ult.
Okay. I don't know skill names very well. Don't judge me, guys, in chat.
So because we're behind on time, we're not going to take too much time to study the kills. We're going to let everyone see the item picks, see the kills and deaths real fast, and we're going to jump right into game 3. At this point, who do you think takes it?
Man, I think the Valley might be able to take it. I think what happened with Area 77 in this one was their counter pick. So they had so many CCs, so Area 77 was like, you know what, fine, I'll just pick Diggy. And at first, you know, Diggy was work. They were able to bait out the Diggy ults, but when it started getting to mid and late game, that Diggy, who was playing Diggy? It was Enzo. I forgot his name. Arvo. So Arvo was patient. He was waiting. He was not popping it early. He was not getting forced into it. He was positioning himself pretty well, and he was waiting for either Lolita or any of the other ults to come up, so that way he can pop his ult perfectly, and he did, and that's what made them win that last fight. Lolita finally came in with an ult at the Lord to try to help secure it. Diggy popped his ult, they were able to secure it, and then, you know, that was it for the game. So I think this next match, if Area 77 doesn't try to keep up that aggression throughout the whole match, whenever they are up, they're going to lose the match. When they play the slow game, they usually lose.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like we said so much in that game, is they were playing a pretty, I mean, I feel like early on Area 77 was trying to play a little aggressive, but they just weren't able to. I think that Yve needs to either, now that their first pick again, Area 77 probably won't ban it, But I think for future games, they need to either get rid of that if they're not going to pick it, because even though it took a heavy nerf, it's definitely something to watch out for here.
Your team is
Yeah,
banning.
absolutely. And coming into this last game of the series, I wonder if they are going to ban Eve here.
I mean, they
have first pick.
Yeah, so I don't think they will. We're probably going to see the Valentina ban once again, followed up by something else. I need you to hold the
Your
draft
team
real
is
fast so I have to use the restroom.
Okay. So even with the first Valentina ban here that they're going to do, I'm pretty sure the Valley is probably going to do a focus ban here. With their focus ban, I bet you they may ban the Esmeralda.
Your
Okay.
team is banning.
And they may even come around with the Haya ban. So with this next ban, I wonder if they will ban. I don't know if they'll. We haven't seen a Beatrix at all in the series.
I would rather
Your
betray
team
the
is
world
banning.
than let the
So
world
with the
betray
Yuzon ban,
me.
I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna go with more marksman. Usually when you
Your
ban a
team
marksman,
is banned.
Yuzong means you're probably gonna go for double marksman meta. And then the Lilia ban, it's a pretty good ban.
Your
See, that's the
team
one.
is
The
banning.
Paquito was giving them an issue, and 100% they were gonna ban Paquito. But that now leaves open a glue. They can go glue experience lane. I really want to know how they're gonna counter this here. Maybe they ban a Haya, or are they gonna give two joints another Haya pick? Haya wasn't bad. It's just that they got countered with the Diggy pick. And even if they leave Lolita open here and pick Lolita, I wonder if they're gonna go with another Diggy pick again. I would love to see a glue pick though, another glue pick.
Your
Wipe out
team
all
is
the
picking.
injustice in the world.
Man, it's still not giving you Tato Chow. I want to see his Chow. On the first pick here, let's see where your Tato's gonna go. Maybe Lolita. Going into game 3, chat. Who do you think is going to pull this game out? I want you to know if it's gonna be the Valley or if it's gonna be Area 77.
Among the planes exists the
Your team
equilibrium,
is picking.
which I was made for.
Chivalry is dead, and I will revive it.
Of course, they're gonna get the Eve. Eve is such a good pick. I don't know why more people. I mean, I get it, they want to ban
Your team
Valentina,
is
but
picking.
Eve is such a good pick.
My pleasure.
Ooh, a Karina. Interesting pick.
Your
You guys are
team
wild
is
in the
picking.
chat. Finally, a Kufra pick. So actually, Kufra can actually counter Lolita if you know how to Kufra. Trust me, I am a Kufra main. I have 1,000 matches with Kufra, and I will clap up a Lolita, 100%. The Valley's using Gosu tag because it's mostly Gosu users in there. The Valley's more of like gonna be like a sister squad for Gosu. So that's why they use the Gosu tag. Most of their users are in Gosu. Breaking the fourth wall. what do
You're
you mean?
breaking the fourth wall. You're talking to the people.
Yeah.
We never
Your
break the
team
fourth
is
wall in
banned.
draft, Ebor.
I'm talking about the draft too. What you
I'm
mean?
just joking. I'm just. All right. So what do we got here? Basic
So-
on Clint once again, but this time they have the Lolita. Ballot looking nice with the Cog. Gal's Cutie with the Kufra this time.
Yes.
And they do also have that Eve, which I was just saying I think is pivotal. I don't know why I keep saying that word wrong or how it's actually pronounced.
Begin.
Your team is
Pivotal?
banning.
Pivotal? Pivotal?
I'm not even gonna help you. I'm just gonna let it
Pivotal.
stay like that.
Pivotal.
Yeah.
Pivotal.
Yeah.
to-
So yeah, Eve was the first pick, and then instantly followed by Lint and Clint and Lolita. Then got my man Kufa picked, which I appreciate. But honestly, like Kufa can really counter Lolita if you're a good
Your team is
Kufa.
banning.
You know, she charged up her ult, you just S1 right on top of her. Even if she flickers, you'll still hit her, and she'll get knocked up.
So coming in
So-
though, I do like that they get rid of this Ruby. Do you think they're or no? Paquito's off the map now. They get rid
Yeah,
of the Ruby.
they did not want to deal with Paquito again for sure.
So who do we think that they put over in their gold lane right now? There's still, I mean, there's actually it could be anything. Literally no. This is probably
Man,
the first
yeah.
time we've seen no gold laners get banned out.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah,
like a Popo here. Just super CC, really seal the deal in.
For the Valley.
For the Valley, yeah.
Yeah. But since they know that they're not going Diggy, I think they can go a little more CC. I think the Diggy pick really messed them up last time because they went 4 CC and Diggy was the last pick, and you're like, oh crap. Like, like there goes my plan. So I'm very curious on. I mean, Beatrix is not banned, and Beatrix hasn't been picked. Beatrix hasn't been picked all night, which is interesting. It is interesting to ban the Ling right now. I guess they were just trying to focus those jungle picks that they didn't want to go up against.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to talk to a team real fast. I mean, Wapsi does play a nice Ling. I'm just kind of surprised by the ban because we haven't seen him pick up the Ling and they haven't had to ban it at all yet. So I think there might be, maybe Guapsi doesn't feel comfortable on the ping using that Ling.
Yeah.
You know, especially because everyone's on Central right now. So I think that's one of the reasons why we don't see Ling as much in some of these NA events, because he is a high mechanical hero and you need to be on a close server to really be able to make him shine. So it's kind of sad that we don't get to see him as much as you see him in MPL sometimes, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and I feel like the assassin role, a lot of times, you know, especially in the C server, you know, you'll see a lot of Ling or Fanny and just the high mobility assassins. And in NA, sometimes the jungler is mostly more like a fighter or a marksman, just because of the meta we have here. It's more about the support around the jungler. The Karina, though, I'm confused by it. I don't think she's going to be a carry. I think she's just... I feel like whenever they pick Karina, she's more of a support for like the Bruno and the glue. You know, like she comes in, does her burst damage, and then they get burned down by the other players.
We were talking about it earlier. I feel like junglers in general have really, I feel like, almost in a sense, fallen off the meta. Like, they're just objective takers. They do some nice burst damage. But the real carry, like, the real heroes and roles that have been carrying recently are the gold laners, the mages, and the tanks that make the big plays.
Yeah. And then I'm happy to see the glue pick again. You know, I love seeing glue and experience lane. Man, the Air 77 has a really good team right here. A lot of very meta heroes, and
we've seen
saw
Mark
last
Judy.
time with the Bruno.
Vicious.
Not even just that, just how quick he can farm with him. He has a very good rotation with him, and he's really good with it. And it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna come down to the Kufra. How can the Kufra disrupt the Lolita and not make Lolita be in nuisance? And you know, it's also interesting. I said it with the Eve, but I mean, I know Eve and Kagura are the top two mages, but I feel like they also, like, if they was to pick a Lolita and have a Veil, like, that would be amazing too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When I look at it, Area 77, to me, has a bit of the nicer composition here overall when it comes to, like, some of these team fights and everything. I do like the Kagura, I like the Clint, I like Gosu Arvel on the Lolita, but I like everything on the side of Area 77 right now. They have early game, they have late game insurance, they have a nice front line, you know, they have harassment, they have the whole package right now. But the question is, can they pull it off and secure this win for this series?
Yeah, and you know, it is interesting with the Hellcore pick. You know, I feel like they are mostly going to use the Hellcore pick ult to trying to help with the zoning and their aggressiveness. You know, maybe Hellcurl might pop off, or they may just use his ult to help when they're gonna gank somebody.
Not only, I like the fact that Area 77 knows Marcuti is going to be pivotal, and it's huge in this game. So they send Gallus Cutie up in the top to try to help with maybe an early game gank on a basic, or just give Marcuti a bit more of an advantage. And this is going to force Arvel to come down and help Babysick basic. So we're going to see a bit more of a 1-2-2 composition, I think, in the first few minutes of this game, YBOR.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, because Arvel just went up there on top from the beginning and didn't want to help Marcuti farm at all that much. But I don't think Kufa's gonna stay there.
I don't know. I mean, if Arvel stays here, if one of them stays, the other one is definitely gonna stay. They can't with the way the gold lane is, how important it is right now. You can't let there be a 2 against 1. You know, you have to, if one team decides to send someone over, the other team, at least recently, that's what we've been seeing for most teams, the other one sends the other tank over, and we see something we haven't seen in years, that 1-2-2 composition, and it has been happening recently. But down in the bot, Ballot taking a little bit of damage from 2 joints, able to cut through that wall. They do try to send him back. He may have to go back to base after this YBOR.
Yeah, and they're playing their very slow game again, which is going to be good for them. They just need to. What Area 77 does very well is they're very good in like the early game to help zoning and stuff like that. But if they don't control the early game or mid game, that's when they fall off pretty bad. Like right now, they can't get the turtle, so you know what they should have been doing? They should be trying to gank Clint on the top, which he's almost dead. But like, if they was to just all rotate top because they weren't gonna get the turtle, they knew they weren't gonna get the turtle. They need to commit to something. They need to have a trade.
Marcuti just been bullying basic for the past games, I feel like. You know, he had a lot of issues with Zia in the gold lane, but I feel like mechanically he may just be a slightly better gold laner than basic. Look at him chipping away at his tower. They are going to get first tower. He does some nice damage onto Arvel, already largely ahead. I mean, and this is what you said, he's so good at farming in the early game. He's so good in this laning phase, already sitting at 22,000 gold. I mean, it's going to be rough for the Valley if they let him keep scaling like this.
They can't let him farm. They can't let him get ahead. And they're trying to, but you can tell he's playing very passive, but he is doing amazing on last hitting these minions and pushing up when he has to. He's bullying the Clint. Like 1v1, he is bullying who's on Clint? Is that basic? Yeah, basic. Yeah. He's bullying basic 1v1 in that gold lane.
They decide not to go for the switch here, though. Normally, after that first tower, they would have sent Marcuti down, but it seems like this game, they want to just let Mitsuke sit in that bottom lane. Gosu Ballot coming in, zoning off Marcuti, giving some nice gold plating over to basic. It's going to help him catch up in this farm a little bit. Arvel sitting in this bush, waiting for a possible pick or protecting the gank, and nothing major happens, but still, Area 77... Actually, Area 77 falling behind in the gold here.
Yeah. So that taking that gold tower definitely helped them up. But the Lapu Lapu has been cutting lanes. The Hellcurl has been helping. He's still constantly farming. The thing is, I haven't seen him go. I mean, we haven't got a kill yet, but I would think the Hellcurl will go up top lane more to help try to get a gank on the Bruno. Because now look, the Bruno's so. He's still just farming away. They don't even care. They're all getting lowered, and he's
Mitsuke comes in. Real manipulation does go up. They do get the stun onto Yuzi, but here comes Arvel with that Numenon blast, and Guapsi falls up along with Ballot on the ultimate. Mitsuke in the backline though, causing a little bit of damage, a little bit of disruption, but forced to run away because there's 3 members waiting for that ult to finish. A nice play coming from the Valley. They get the turtle, and they take a kill.
I didn't see. So Area 77, did they get the
turtle? No, the Valley did. So they get the kill and the turtle. It's a nice play from the Valley.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it on Guapsi. Okay. Yeah, even when that was all happening, Marcuti was just farming away, by the way. I feel like he's already at 3,500 gold, even though that they've got the turtle. So like, I think they're going to be playing for the late game, and this is exactly... Oh, there goes Guapsi right there.
Yeah, they finally put a kill on the map. They do lose a tower, but at this point they have a nice strong advantage to possibly take that EXP lane tower. Basic though will be taking the gold lane tower, but in the middle lane, a nice pick coming from Guapsi onto Yato. The Valley, you know, even though they seemed like they were losing objectives at first, are starting to control this map heavily.
Yeah. I think Area 77 now is starting to lose a little momentum. They're still holding the bottom lane pretty well. I think the glue needs to get more in a rotation. He's kind of been on top on the bottom for the most time because the turtles popped there twice. But I think he needs to get more in the rotation. They need to start. They all lost their first tower. They all need to just not do the split push and start doing more team fights. Exactly what the Valley's doing right now.
Yeah, but Yato taking some big damage. He tries to use the world manipulation to get some tower back, but he's not quite into it. But Gauss Cutie with that Tyrant's Rage onto several members. Arvel and Basic go down along with Ballot. Mark Cutie collects the kill. A nice counterplay just when the Valley gets the pick. Guapsi now on the run gets knocked up from Gauss Cutie, forced to run away. Uzi in the back though, taking out 2 joints with a nice play. But while all this is happening, Mark Cutie doing his job, picking away at tower. YBOR.
Man, you know, I love me when I see a good Kufra ult.
Yeah.
You know? Man, that was such a good coup. You know, honestly, that is really hard. When you hit that corner wall right there, he CC2 on that corner wall. That is actually really hard to do because it's just a small wall that you have to work with, and he got 2 of them pinned down right there, and they were able to dominate off of it. That was such a good play by Kufra.
Yeah, it was definitely, I mean, just overall, and just a nice turnaround. Yato takes the bullet, but the rest of the team is there to counter engage. But wait, up in the top goes to Arvel, walks up that Newman on blast. Bala able to get the stun with that second skill, and Gauss Cutie gets away with just a sliver of health. The passive gives him enough life to survive, but in the back, Mitsuke taking a bit of damage, able to lock onto Ballot, bring it back into the fight. It's 2 joints, finishes the kill. A nice combo play from Area 77.
Yeah, that was great, and this is where I was saying earlier before that. This is when they're starting to get their momentum. This is when they need to like dominate. They got the momentum going. They need to focus with this momentum and keep
it pushing
and keep forcing it down their throat.
Most definitely.
Hellkurt still in the red jungle.
Ooh, nice little steal from Guapsi on the red jungle. Nice play, but I don't think it slows them down too much. And like you said, Area 77, this is when they shine. When they have their foot on the gas and they're able and they start winning. And as long as they can keep up this pace, they can definitely take this game. Basic taken out from Yato with that world of manipulation, and Dallas stands in the bush, unable to do anything. Gauss Cutie going to check, and he does find, he gets stunned. Ballot tries to do something. Mitsuke gets a stun onto Yuzi. Another knockup from Gauss Cutie. And Area 70 disengages from the jungle, but they have minions pushing on that inhibitor in the bottom.
I feel like the Hellkurt pick is going to be an issue here because they're kind of all sticking together and they're not letting Hellkurt gank. Hellkurt got a couple ganks early on, but that's what, you know, Hellkurt does that, you know, get ganks early on.
Ooh, nice Tyrant's Rage, but Newman on Blast is there to save the day, and 2 joints goes down from that Hellkurt, and now Uzi in the midst with a nice flicker stun on the 3 members of Area 77. Mitsuke trying to abort mission, but he is locked on to Guapsi. Guapsi may go down here. Gauss Cutie trying to get the finish. Can they get it? They do get the kill as Cal Cutie retreats, and they're able to get away. A nice response to a beautiful play from the Valley. But the thing is the Valley goes down 2-1.
Yeah. And Area 77 right now, they're playing really good. They have really good picks this match, which I do like.
Another ultimate onto Yuzi. Mitsuke carrying this game right now, and he does finish off Yuzi. Beautiful. I mean, just the combo right now with Yato and Yuzi and Mitsuke right now is
what did I say
great.
Last time when they won, when they had a glue pick? You need to ban glue. He's such a nuisance. Just the way how he attaches on people, and then when he pops his ult and all his life steal, he gets all his health back and stuff. You know, he just really breaks up a team fight. He can really make a difference, and they're working very well with the Eve and the Kufra on their sets and everything. They're putting it all together. Mark Cutie, though, he's starting to have little issues, but I think he's still just farming off until he gets a couple more items. He already has 2. He's about to get Endless Battle, and I may get a fight here.
May get something. Gauss Cutie keeping a little bit of vision in this bottom bush. And they save a little time to get two joints back into this. We might see a set. He pops up that first kill. Not even landed, but Arvel's there to stop him in his tracks. And the rest of the team disengages as they keep... Area 77 does keep focus on this pit, though. But we may just see a gank on a Cutie as all four members rush in. He knows he's in a bad situation. They cut this lane. At this point, I think he should just move upwards, maybe.
No, I think
he gets away
He's
safely.
going to play it safe. That lane cut works well. It just helps with the lane push on the top. They don't have to.
Big Lord steal
I
from
missed
Gosu
it.
Yuzi. A nice play. Two joints does get that kill, but Lord goes to the side of the valley right as Area 77 thought they were going to wait, but they don't care because two joints is here with the double kill onto Basic. A nice play. Mark Cutie comes in. Maybe they don't need this, Lord. They want to push this in. Ballot, though, gets the pick on to...
Red team hero has been
Several
slain.
members going down. Arvel maybe next. It's a 4-for-1 trade so far. Lord does go to the valley. Bay Area 77 may have the advantage to take an inhibitor
They need to
here.
push this middle lane right here. Mark Cutie needs to get in there right now and just push this middle lane. There you go.
Guapsi, though, opting to push this bottom lane instead of going back. He knows the rest of his team is there. Area 77 is now going to go delete this Lord with Mark Cutie's damage. And overall, I feel like it's an even playing field. Aries Gold's even. Towers just about even, YBOR.
Yeah, and it's just so interesting because, like I said, Area 77, they need to just keep their foot on the gas pedal and keep pushing towards them. That Lord steal was huge, though. God, I wish I would have saw it, and I don't even know did he have a retreat down there?
No, Gosu usually just threw his first. I mean, Lapu just like used his first skill and took it like it was nothing. Walked up to it,
wow.
hit it. But wait, we do have a play. Yato gets silence from Guapsi, takes a little bit of damage. Guapsi does miss those stingers and isn't quite able to get the kill. That would have been bad
interesting.
for him.
That's like the fourth or fifth miss I've seen him do. He has not been
It's kind of
hitting
hard to
it.
aim those things. It's kind of hard.
Oh, it's not. You just get it right on top of him. Listen, I have a 90% win rate Helker on my Smurf, 50 matches. Trust me, you just get right on top of him when you hit it.
So at this point, who do you think is real? I mean, I feel like Area 77 is still kind of controlling the map here, still kind of in the lead, but the Valley is kind of coming back. They just Basic isn't doing too great this game though.
I think I know. He hasn't been doing good in the last two games as well. He actually been kind of getting carried by the other heroes, but I think because he's getting a little more out of position. But I think in this game he's positioned a lot better, but he's still not doing damage that they need him to do. I think their marksman, Mark Cutie, is doing a much better position as a marksman than he is. And I feel like Area 77 they can't slow it down. They can't play games. They need to just end the match. You know what I mean? They can't do what happened last time where they didn't end when they had the chance and almost cost them the game.
Understand? I mean, but wait a second, sorry, we do have a bit of a play. Gosu Yuzi tries to get a stun, but two joints in the back lane, able to take him out. Gauss Cutie gets the Tyrant's Rage, but gets locked up from Gosu Valet, and now Guapsi on the trail of Mark Cutie misses those stingers, but they're going to revert over and try to get away because Mitsuke is on the chase, and that's not who you want to get stunned by. Arvel trying to get away. He is going to get these stacks up. Will he lock onto someone? Basic is going to be the target. The jump misses. The flicker comes in from Basic, and Mitsuke is dragged onto the tower, stunned up by Arvel, and he's going to get taken out here. The immortality does pop. Silence comes in, and they get the kill on Mitsuke finally.
Yeah, and that glue sacrifice was planned because it gave Mark Cutie time to just solo the Lord. He just stayed with that whole team and just kept forcing them back to back while Bruno just destroyed the Lord so quick. So that was actually a really good play by Glue. And that's also another thing. That's how you counter Glue. The Glue attaches on you. You have a flicker available. You flicker, and there's nothing much he can do. He can detach, and then he can try to escape. But the leader was right there and ulted on him when he tried to escape.
Most definitely, and we do have some. Oh my God, Ballot starting to do some big damage with that ultimate, force the immortality out of Mark Cutie. You know, That's Basic may not be doing the damage she needs to, but Ballad on that Kagura definitely knowing who she needs to target and putting Marcuti in his place.
Yeah, and this is gonna be
Oh, the flicker does coming from Basic, able to stop Mitsuke once again. And while all this is happening, Guapsi in the back line, but gets taken out from 2 joints, ready to defend Yato with their life. Mitsuke, just a giant meatball right now, eating up damage, gets a stun onto Yuzi, but in comes Arvel with that Numenon blast, and Mitsuke goes down. Next, maybe Gauss Cutie, Yuzi with the ultimate, coming in. Mark Cutie not quite able to do anything. He's going to revert up to this inhibitor and try to take it down as the rest of the team tries to slow down. He is going to secure it, move up to the top one as the rest of the team chases. This may be worth the death with 2 inhibitors down. He is gonna pay the price and get taken down by Basic, but he gets the kill.
Got Basic.
What a play from Gauss Cutie. Wade, it keeps going. 2 joints on the chase, able to get another kill. Goes through Ballad and Guapsi are all alone. They get the silence. 2 joints goes down, but still, what an amazing play coming from Marcuti there.
Hey, I'm gonna say this again, by the way, but Helker keeps missing his stingers.
Missing the stingers.
Well, that's the tough part with Helker. So Helker is good, and you're right. It is pretty hard to hit the stingers against really good players who know how to just sidestep. So it is kind of frustrating. He has to be frustrated because he had the gank opportunities on a Bruno and stuff like that, and it was just completely missing. He needs to be a little more patient. Wait for Bruno to do his dash. He needs to wait to see Bruno do his dash, jump in there, and then maybe try to go for his combo on him. But his ult is helping. I just don't think that the Valley is dominating off his ult. Whenever he pops his ult and it gets all black for everybody else needs to, use the opportunity because they're all blind. Find a person who's out of position because they can't see each other. Like that.
Yeah, Gauss Cutie with a nice play. Able to lock down on 2 joints. I mean, they both take, Arvel with a nice play. Gauss Cutie taken out, and the inhibitor and the tower does go down. A nice response coming from the Valley right now. Lord is up. Yuzi has started it, and maybe the Valley turns this around and takes this game. I mean, one thing I can't believe about this game is the gold has literally been almost dead even the whole time.
Yeah. They've been trading pretty well, but I think this is where it's gonna get interesting. And that was a good pick by the Helker. I've been saying bad things about him because he kept missing his stingers, but guess what? He hit him that time, and when he does, it hurts.
Yeah,
but that was also exactly what I said. So they saw somebody out of position. He popped his ult, and then they jumped on him because since he was out of position, his friends can't come and help him because they can't see. They can't see. They can only hear what he's saying. That he's on me on our blue or whatever. But at that time, it's already too late. They had 4 people on top of him, and then the person who did try to come help, he couldn't see that the Lolita was ulting.
Lord crashes in onto that inhibitor. Does go down. UC dives into the background, misses the ultimate. Mark Cutie gets him down to about half health though. Gauss Cutie with the Pirate's Rage does get silenced though. But Yato brings up that real manipulation. The Lord goes down, and Team Valley knows they have to abort mission and pull out. But it's still a nice inhibitor taken, a nice play, eat up this jungle, and continue the battle.
Yeah, that was, oh man, that would have been so clutch, but that was such a good play on, no, I don't think he was silenced. I think the Clint stunned him. So,
with the second skill?
Yeah, with the second skill, yeah. I think that's what happened. And that was such a clutch play because he almost got both of them right under the tower CC'd. And that was such a good play by Clint. Such fast reaction that he did there.
One thing I can say is, we were been worried about Basic, but at this point, the Valley's buyed themselves enough time that even though he was at a bad gold deficit for a while, now he's starting to do some damage. Now it's something they need to watch out for. And not only that, but Ballot also starting to do some big damage. And yes, Yato does have the, I think this late in the game, isn't, her damage is good mid-game if she can get a nice spike. I feel like late game she's kind of just good for the zoning, especially if we take a look at some of these items. Almost everyone has that magic defense in there ready for her. So she's not going to be as useful as Kagura, I feel like, when it comes to just pure burst damage. But Mitsuke logging in and goes to Valley, goes down right as I'm talking about him. And now we're Area 77 pushing back. Wapsi locked up, stunned, taken out. In comes the immortality. He does flicker through, but he's not going to survive just yet as Gauss Cutie gets the kill, and Mitsuke just sits in the back lane. Is he going to get the stun? He's not quite able to. Basic trying to defend here. Gauss Cutie with the Tyrant's Rage, and down goes Basic. Yuzi may be next. They're trying their hardest. Yato just spamming recalls, and down goes Yuzi. A beautiful reverse sweep from Area 77, and this
should be
will
game right here.
be the game.
They have one minion, and yeah, you know, he's
Maybe
gonna pop his
Arbel
ult.
defends. No, the death counters are too high. That is the game. The series goes to Area 77, but what a series it was, YBOR.
What a series, man! The thing about Area 77, like I said, they're a good team, but man, sometimes they do some sketchy plays. But that time, they realized when they had their back against the wall, they knew they had to get some key picks. So the first person who's been doing the damage and was carrying the team was Kagura. And once they took Kagura out, their whole other team fell out. Like, Kagura has been amazing this match against them, and they knew that. And I feel like that in that last push, when they saw Kagura out of position, they focused her, took Ballot out of the game, and then when she's out of the game, there was Hellcurt was out of position. They destroyed Hellcurt, and then it was game over from there. So at that end, that's where Area 77 does good, and that's what they need to keep doing. That's what they need to start getting those key picks and focus it, and then end the game when they can. But that was just to show you right there that they're a really good team, and they will fight all the way to the end. It was really good to see them come out from being the back against the wall, because lately they haven't been doing good when they have their back against the wall.
Yeah, I just can't. I mean, I don't know which series I liked more, the Valley or the Team Sexy series. Both of them coming up. Area 77 does lose to Team Sexy, comes back, beats the Valley. I mean, just a crazy 6 games we just watched overall. I am going to jump back to this caster's desk. We might actually put up the timer real fast. We are like super delayed tonight. I have to talk to the teams to see if they're even going to be able to make their games. So I am actually going to put up the timer for about 5 or 10 minutes. We will be back in just a minute to let you know what's going on. All right, so I have some sad news. I mean, it is what it is, but Taste the Rainbow has officially dropped from the league. That is 3 teams that have now dropped from the league. We did raise our... we did try to bring on 14 teams this season. Just to give everyone a quick bit of a backstory, we did want to bring on more teams this season. A lot of teams, some of these same teams who dropped out, wanted us to expand the amount of teams we brought in. So we did so, thinking it would be nice to get more North American teams on. And as you can see, 3 teams have now dropped because they are unable to make times, whether they have work or life going on or anything like that. So all I can say to you is that if you plan on signing up for a future event hosted by us, please make sure you have a job that you can ask for days off. Or make sure you have time to do that, or make sure you pick your school schedule correctly. I work, I go to school, I have a family, but when I say I'm going to do something, I do it. So again, Taste the Rainbow is now dropped, and not only that, but the Kingdom is also unable to play tonight. So I'm sorry to say this, but we will have no more games tonight. Which overall, we had 2 amazing series, 2 of the main series that I think a lot of people were here to watch anyways. So it was still a fun night. I'm glad for everyone that supported tonight. If you guys have any questions to me, to the league, feel free to join the Discord. It's in the link in the description. We have over 1,300 members. You can message me personally on Discord. I'm on it a lot. That's how I do most of my communications with people. I'm so sorry for this, but again, we are trying to build something here, so things like this are going to happen this early on in stages. We're trying to find teams that are actually committed, so again, we bring on more teams, and this is the price of trying to bring on more teams. Next season, we will most likely, after what's happened, most likely we will drop back down to 8 teams, possibly 10 teams. That might be a possibility. We do have some big plans in the making, though. After this season, which ends in April, we plan on doing an East Coast Qualifier Cup and a West Coast Qualifier Cup, and that will be for the 2. So pretty much, we'll get a team from the East and a team from the West to fill in some of the, or a few teams. That'll be how teams will be able to qualify for this league. The top 6 will automatically be invited back. So there'll be, if we decide to do 10 teams, there'll be 4 open positions, and it'll be kind of how we decide to weed out who's actually committed, who can make times. We'll do a tournament for the East Coast, all on East Coast server, tournament for the West Coast, all on West Coast server, and that's how we'll be inviting future teams, instead of just having teams register and choosing like that. Again, this is going to be a problem that we face in the NA server, I think, finding committed people. Mobile Legends does not pay the bills for anyone here. So yeah, there will be no more games. I'm glad to take a few minutes to answer any questions if you guys have them. We did have some amazing games tonight. Area 77 versus Team Sexy. Team Sexy versus the Valley. We broke 400 viewers. It was an awesome night. And for those of you that do support and the patience you guys give, the people that understand the issues we have, I really do appreciate it, like sincerely. I put in a lot of work for this league, and trust me, this frustrates me more than anybody else. The team that dropped was Taste the Rainbow. All right. One more big shout out to our sponsors this season, United Farmers X, cryptocurrency company. Feel free to invest, make some passive income, or just join the Discord and ask questions about cryptocurrency, because there's a lot of like-minded folks who deal with that, and they will definitely answer any questions you have. Big shout out to the donators tonight. Win, thank you for the $300 dono. Nathaniel Lane, thank you for the $50 dono on the GoFundMe page. Juan, Nathaniel, Harvey, Chris, all you guys that have been donating to the GoFundMe. We're now at $850 raised for the league. To those that don't know, 50 or 20% goes to the prize pool, 20% goes to my mod staff, 10% goes to my graphics designer, 20% goes to the casters, and 10% goes to me. Thank you, everybody. Again, sorry tonight had to end like this, but it was still some epic games, so. Yeah, we're gonna start doing qualifiers. That'll be, we could hear. Hey man, my mic's that good, yo. That's upstairs. Hot girls and boys are really into us today. This is true, Ritz. And they're back. How do I get rid of them? Hide user? The next games will be on Thursday. Let's take a look at who plays this Thursday. We have Brotherhood versus The Simpsons, Brotherhood versus The Valley, and Exodus 9 up against TSU. It should be a fun night. I'm excited for it. Yeah, I mean, we definitely, it's going to be a long road, but we've been doing amazing, man. And there's just been an awesome community behind this whole event. So once again, I really do appreciate it, guys. Start having an entrance fee. I've thought about it. Or like a down payment, maybe. Like $100 down payment. So you get your money back at the end of the season, but if you drop, we keep it. Or it gets added to the prize pooler. There's lots of thoughts going into how we can protect the integrity of the tournament and not have things like this happen, to protect ourselves, because this makes me look unprofessional, this makes the league look unprofessional. So yeah, we're gonna do our best to fix these problems. We're also going to start having more North American community. From what I know, there may be some more North American community tournaments with larger prize pools coming from Moonton over this year. A lot more stuff in the works. I've been asked to start hosting some more events for Moonton officially, so I can't release too much information, but there are some possibilities of things coming. So we'll see what happens. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We're calling it. YBOR told me that if this was going to happen, just text him. He's using the bathroom, so you're not going to get to say bye to him. Feel free to tell him how great of a job he did in Discord. It's one of my favorite people to cast with. So, this is the NASL, Afnan. Or you mean NACT? Anyways, I'm heading out. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next